important people. First, Dr. Santi, a big man. Okay. And to introduce him, it's my pleasure, and I'm proud to introduce Dr. Santi Mahapatra. As I told yesterday, he's the first PhD of geology. With all over the state, he worked very closely with Forest Department, Government of Odisha, and he has been instrumental doing very important work for the state, for the country, with regard to policy making in wildlife. I'll cite some examples. Dr. Pratyush Mahapatra basically is a snake specialist. That was his PhD. But over a period of time, he works from insect to mammals, all kinds of organisms, having speciality in many branches. As you know, he is a scientist E with ZSI, Calcutta. His major interest has been biogeography, taxonomy, natural history of organisms, not only reptiles and amphibians. And he is in charge of reptile division of ZSI Calcutta. Recently, his major contribution has been CITES, inclusion of species in the red list, various schedules of Wildlife Protection Act, and we also be proud one of the leaders of our state, also from Andhra, that has been included in the Protection Act. The major person is Pratyush Mahapatra. He had to do a lot of paperwork. Okay. Along with the 2 species of turtles from India, one of them we also find in Odisha. So many things. Even he did document paper for presentation in Panama with regard to CITES, inclusion of species, big things. In the Odishan scenario, for 7 years, he was working very closely with Forest Department, Government of Odisha, and national investigating agencies. One of the gentlemen, he also ironically belongs, is a police official. Ironically, he comes from Mayurbhanj, Baripada. What they were doing, he was instrumental in crime control, okay, figuring out crime of wildlife scenario, which is a very difficult task all over the state, specifically in forest areas, okay. You have to be very careful. Somebody might kill you. Okay. So many things. There are many stories with regard to that. So for 7 years he was involved in doing that. Okay. So he works non-stop. And personally, he is a part of my family member. He, his wife, his kid. Okay. That is a personal thing. Okay. As I told you, all the zoology teachers are my personal friends or family members, kind of. Okay. Then he has described several species, new species of amphibians and reptiles. I think 17 species. He is part of those. It is all collaborative things. Very important species of snakes, lizards. So he took the lead, published even just 1 month back, one big species of gecko, okay, again from northern Odisha, Similipal area, other part, very important gecko, okay, we described, he took the lead describing that, okay. He has collaboration with many institutions all over the country, including abroad, British Museum Natural History, So he will be there soon to do some research work. So that is in brief about Dr. Pratyush Mahapatra. Simultaneously, I should also at the beginning introduce Dr. Sethi. We knew each other since student days, young, when he was roaming around Similipal, searching insects. I think his major guide, I think he's somewhere, right? So we spent some good days inside Similipal. Also, during a pugmark analysis in Similipal, he used to participate because he was moving around everywhere. We also participated. So he knows each and every part of Similipal, okay, where he was working for his PhD on insects. First book, monograph, with regard to Similipal insects, he and his professor were the part, it was printed by ZSI. Currently, Dr. Sethi, being a senior person there in ZSI, doing many things, not only his field of interest, variety of other things, as I know personally. Okay, they do not have day and night. Specifically, these guys, Dr. Mahapatra, Dr. Sethi, there are many others. Okay, those who work very hard. Not everybody in ZSI, but some of them work very hard. Okay, that's a very big institute. Okay, National Institute, managed by Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, if you know or not. So these are in brief introduction of Dr. Mahapatra and Dr. Sethi. So now I should invite Dr. Mahapatra come and give his talk. I don't know what talk he will give. He has all kinds of talks. From where he will start, where he will end, that he knows. Here is Dr. Mahapatra.
Sir.
Pointer. Hello, good morning. Our ticket.
Sir, this is forward.
Right টা হলো না রাইট টা হলো কন্ট্রোলটা থেকে আমাকে সাইড করো
এটা কোড
Sir, সেইটা আগে স্যার এটা স্লাইড শেয়ার হবে এটা আপনাদের প্রতি পাওয়ার
মনকু মন হ্যাঁ জীবক মনকু
পিপিটি নাই তো
হ্যাঁ পিপিটি আছে চেঞ্জ করে আসো হ্যাঁ
ওই বলছিল যে আমি কাটি দিলাম
হ্যাঁ হচ্ছে Very good morning to all of you, and I'm humbled to be introduced by my mentor, my guide, Professor Sushil Kumar Datta. And I was expecting some more crowd actually, so this is a very important topic to be discussed with all of you. So the contents of my presentation is mostly knowing about biodiversity, because that is very important. We all are talking about biodiversity and the crisis, but very importantly, like we should understand what are our responsibilities being academicians, being conservationists, or being scientists or students, everybody. And about Similipal, of course, like I was waiting for all the speakers to talk about whatever they are going to talk about Similipal, so that I can summarize and give you a brief overview of the history, the past, present and future, which is the theme of the presentation, theme of the workshop basically. Then what are the studies already undertaken in Similipal? So that is very important for all of us to know exactly what are the studies which has been undertaken in Similipal, and then some we can discuss something about the threats, major threats in Similipal. We have many people who have worked extensively in Similipal, but still there are many things which needs to be discussed. Maybe some points from them we can also capture, and the way ahead, basically what should be the conservation planning. So to start with, we all know what is biodiversity and how the biodiversity is the process of several million years of evolution. But when human was evolved, so basically human tried to exploit all the natural resources, tried to exploit plants, tried to exploit animals. The habitats were like utilized. Those are fragmented from many species which are actually need contiguous habitats, so those species are suffering. We are collecting lots of species, we are making them pets, domesticate them for our personal use, and so many things. Like for development, we need to clear lots of good forest patches, and all these things are there. So as per the recent study, some 68% of vertebrates have actually they are in threat, and their population has decreased since 1970, when the green revolution, blue revolution, all these started, and the development process started. So this is a major time when many species have actually lost their earlier distribution range. So these are the studies which are published by IUCN, which basically time to time evaluate the status of species and ecosystem in a large scale. So but we Indians are basically practice of living with nature, the coexistence principle, everything we have, but still that is not working. And every time many leaders, they are ideas before us, like Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or change in lifestyle for a sustainable future. So all these things are being told to us, but it is actually engraved in ourselves. And Indians have a long history of like coexistence with animals and nature, because we worship nature. We have lots of good practices also, which needs to be like reminded us several times by many people. So the problem lies with, we do not know exactly how many species are with us, like living on the earth. So that is a big challenge before us. So once we know the species, and it is an ever increasing task, that if we see the trend of new species getting discovered, every year several of species of vertebrates are getting added to the list. From India, if we just, we are keeping track on reptiles of India, every year at least 39 to 40 species are getting added to the list. These are the new species. So where were they? So we actually, in vertebrates, last year one new species of mammal was added. So where was that? So these things were there, but it shows that we are yet to explore our ecosystem. We are yet to do lots of things about exploring our nature, exploring the biodiversity around us. And when this molecular taxonomy came, it's a good tool to distinguish between species at the genetic level, and it also helped in like describing many cryptic species which are very difficult to identify from their morphology. And apart from that also, there are many species, novel species, which are sitting and waiting to get discovered. But the irony is that, so before they are being discovered, many species are forced towards extinction. So when we are evaluating the species, many species we don't know about them. There are many of the species which are of data deficient category. So about them we know nothing. And in India the situation is very bad actually. So we have lots of diversity, but we have very few knowledge about their ecology, their behavior, and so many things. So we, the students, the academicians, the researchers, we have a big task on us to explore our biodiversity. Once we explore like our biodiversity, we will be getting lots of benefit out of it. Yesterday's talks were mostly what benefits we are getting from plants, what benefits we are getting from animals, and all these things. These are all the ecosystem services we are getting from the biodiversity. But still there are more to explore. Like yesterday also there was some discussion about how we are exploring different traditional knowledges with people, and how it can be useful for the humans, for the human society. So this is the figure basically to it's estimated that some 8.7 billion or 10 billion species are there around us, and we have only recorded a few percentage of it. And so what we know about biodiversity is minuscule. You can also read through, I'm not going to discuss about that, but thing is that understanding the species, their population, their status is a very important task before us. And this is a seminar or workshop on the Similipal. So Similipal is the hero before us. Like when there is a discussion about Similipal, people say that I have worked in Similipal, I have a few papers on Similipal, fauna or flora, all this thing. So but what contribution we are, like in what way we are contributing for safeguarding the Similipal, the ecosystem. I'll be discussing more about it when I'll be talking about Similipal, like how Similipal was exploited historically. Yesterday, the Deputy Director Gowda was telling about like what are the, like how Similipal, how the history of Similipal, like how the development of rail and for collection of slippers for the railroads, how Similipal sal was preferred because it has a very good compact sal forest, and Similipal was exploited by Bora and all to collect sal, and in that way like Similipal has faced lots of exploitation in past also, and till now Similipal is sustaining all those pressure. This is a very important book to be read by all of you. I request all of you to go through this book, which is the Economics of Biodiversity, Dasgupta Committee. It's a 600 pages book and it is useful for everyone. Like it should be also in the syllabus of the biodiversity, wildlife and biodiversity conservation course. Apart from that, economics, anthropologists, sociologists, everybody should read how the authors, they have tried to explain the economics of biodiversity. So this the Dasgupta Review Committee, the book is freely available in Google and you can just go through it, and everybody should read, those who are actually serious about biodiversity and conserving our biodiversity. So the Dasgupta Review explores the sustainability of our engagements with nature, what we take from it, what we give back to the nature. So all these things were critically analyzed and they are presented in the book. We all know the threats on biodiversity. Changes in land and sea use, that's the major change humans are driving for shrinkage, like humans are instrumental for shrinkage of the range of many species also. As I told you, 68% of vertebrates in last like 30-40 years, they have shrinkage in range. Species overexploitation, many species are being overexploited. We never know, like around us also, some grass species maybe of some economic or economic importance has been taken out, and in a few years we may not see that grass species also. Like we are seeing many examples of many herbs people are taking for some cosmetic use. Some company is collecting from some areas like where nobody has any idea. So those species are also, many species are also getting locally extinct from those areas. Invasive species and diseases. Now invasive species is a big challenge before us. We do not have any law to stop the invasive species. You know, there is a turtle, great ear slider. Many of you might be keeping at home. That's an invasive species, going to be declared as an invasive species as per the Wildlife Protection Act. Although, like there are many species, thousands of species of fishes which are already in India, and they are not our native species. They are going to cause a serious problem in our ecosystem. There are many bird species. We fond of keeping birds as pets, and there is no law to prevent us also keeping them as pet. But if you imagine about the consequences, so that is it has a very big impact on the ecosystem. Now we are finding birds in the national parks which are not our native species. One instance I would like to cite here, Burmese python. Burmese python was taken as a pet to keep as a pet in US, and now the problem is very serious. US government is spending several $1 million to control Burmese python. There is a species called Boiga irregularis, a small 1 meter length small cat snake which was introduced in Australia, and that has caused extinction of 3 species of native birds, endemic birds. So these are the things, these are the impacts of species getting invasive, like when some foreign species comes and landed in our country, so that is going to cause a severe problem in future. So in the recent amendment of Wildlife Protection Act, there is a section 62A under which the central government can declare a species as invasive and there are several procedures to cull or kill those species or eliminate from the ecosystem. That's a big task. We have in India now some more than 10 million radio slider. Radio slider is a small turtle. Many people might be keeping them as pet in at home, but when it grows, so people release it in the water bodies, thinking that turtles are aquatic and they'll be living happily in the water. So that species is causing severe problem to the native species of turtles, and so because they overcompete with the native species, that's a big problem. So I'm given the task to prepare a report on the species and to submit it to ministry so that we can declare it as a invasive alien species, and this will be the first invasive alien species declared as per the Indian Wildlife Protection Amendment Act 2022. Similarly, we are also keeping track on other reptiles, exotic reptiles. We have nearly more than 100 species of exotic reptiles which are already in India. Some of them are also released to nature and they are going to be invasive in future. So these are the things we keep track on. Pollution. We all know pollution has a greater impact on the ecosystem and how it is also affecting species. Like in the polluted water, you won't find even a common species of or the tolerant species of frog or fish. So these are the impact of pollution. Climate change. We are all talking about climate change and the impact of climate change. But are we really serious to understand what are the impacts of climate change? In India, we have actually no study telling us what will be the impact of climate change on species. So why not start some intensive research on a species, on a particular species? Maybe a common species is going to be threatened. And talking about reptiles, they are going to be like more affected due to climate change or global warming, because their population depends on the temperature. They have a temperature mediated sex determination. So their eggs are not of any sex, like they are not distinguished as male and female. At the particular temperature of incubation, so they become male or female. So in that case, like if there is an increase in temperature, so maybe all the reptiles will be produced as all males or all females depending on the group. Like in crocodiles it is different, in turtles it is different. So all these things are there, and for that we need long-term studies. We need to have long-term studies on species, their changes in the life history traits. We have to consider the earlier published literature. We have to consider so many things to understand the impact of climate change. We are talking about aridification and how it is going to impact our species, and apart from that also it is going to impact our water table, it is going to impact on our rain, temperature, humidity, and so many things. And you have to consider so many parameters to discuss about how climate change is going to affect a particular species. Humans have influenced the ecosystem more than any other species on the earth by steadily transforming the ecosystem into a deeper system. So these are some of the quotes I have just put in this, and some of the papers are there which are talking about like what is the impact of human, and that's why it is also the responsibility of the humans like us to save the species from extinction. This is the extinction risk IUCN has published, and we have also, all of us have noticed or experienced the extinction or local extinction of many species. Till now there is no official extinction of any species from India since cheetahs are gone. So, but there are many species which are getting locally extinct. Local extinction means from a particular region many species become extinct. So for example, Similipal was declared as an important bird area, IBA. So you should Google IBA, what is that? So IBA are important sites in which like some threatened species of birds are there. Now another concept is coming, KBA, Key Biodiversity Area. So Similipal got a tag of IBA based on the presence of vultures. But there are no vultures now. So there is a need to revisit the IBA status of Similipal. So maybe in future if we revise the IBA status of Similipal, so it is going to lose, because the species which were listed in Similipal are actually not there. In Similipal there are several problems also, like there are many species which have gone locally extinct. For example, wild dog, that is an iconic species in a protected area. So since 2004 there are no wild dogs in Similipal. Has anybody tried to explore why there are no wild dogs in Similipal? No. So that is the thing. So there are several projects of wild dog local extinction in Similipal we can discuss, and you can also analyze the trend. So if you look at the records of Similipal, there are also reports till 2004-5, I think Dr. Raut can tell better. So in 2000, there were in 1990s, there were records of 104 packs of wild dog in Similipal. In 2004, suddenly there was none. Why? Wild dog has not come back to Similipal. Although like in Kuldiha, a few years back, 1 or 2 wild dogs are sighted like once in a while. They were coming from where? We have no idea. But why wild dogs are not coming back to Similipal? Although Similipal holds a good prey population, everything is fine. So, but wild dogs are not coming back to Similipal, and we have to find out the reason. Similarly, these are all local extinction of species, regional extinction of species. So these are also very serious matters. And if we cannot protect our species in protected areas, so then how we are going to save the species? I'll give you one example here. There is a lizard, monitor lizard. We have 3 species of monitor lizards in Odisha, and in the middle one there is a boy holding a monitor lizard tied to a rope. He's going to sell it to the truck drivers because they eat monitor lizards basically. So this species, few years back, it was the least concerned species, and recently in 2019 assessment we reassessed it as a endangered species. Endangered means it is of similar status to tigers, because we found that this species has lost its range in many parts of India. It's basically a species which is found in the northern and northeast India and in some parts of Southeast Asia. But in many areas it has gone locally extinct. In Bangladesh it is now locally extinct. So that is the problem. Although we think some species are very common around us, but we never know when and how their population has become locally extinct in some areas. So poaching, overexploitations, all these things are to be blamed for, and we also need to blame ourselves. We are working on conservation, we are working on several aspects of science, but we are still unable to save a species or prevent a local extinction of species. In many of our protected areas, for example, if I will take Kapilas Wildlife Sanctuary, sloth bears were locally extinct. So I heard recently that again they have come back. So in many of our protected areas, species are also vanishing. So just think like how things are there. So we know the threats to nature, the drivers of there are indirect drivers and direct drivers for species to become extinct, and all these things, road, traffic, poaching, and so many other things, other factors are to be blamed for. The things we can never replace, not in a million years, are the species we are wiping out. So we are responsible for all these things. Protecting the future means taking action now. So everybody talks about we have to take action, but nobody is taking action. So now we are at a position where we need lots of inputs from you people, like as MSCBU is located close to Similipal. We need more information, more data on Similipal to put it in a different level, or to know the exact reality what is happening. So anybody asking any questions, for example, if there will be tomorrow there will be a question in Parliament about what is the status of animals in Similipal, so we have to answer that. So we are in a position to know that we will be reviewing, we'll be finding out literature what is happening in Similipal, and then we'll be putting it in front of the Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. So if there are not much work, so who is to be responsible for all these things? So this is the high time so that we should take responsibility of Similipal from the university and try to find out what is happening and how we can contribute. Of the total 15,64,647 species of animals reported, so India has some 1 lakh species till now, till 2020, but now the figure has increased, some 700-800 species are added. So we are now having nearly 1.3 lakh species reported from India. And so here comes the role of Geological Survey of India, Botanical Survey of India, Anthropological Survey of India. So there are several survey of Indias established to document all these things and to inform the government regarding what is happening everywhere. So Geological Survey of India has a major role to keep tab on what is happening on the faunal studies in India. So we are keeping track on how many reptiles are there in India, how many different animals, like JDSI works on from protozoa to mammalia. So we have experts in different groups of animals, like in some groups also we have several experts, like for example insects. We have nearly 30-40 experts working on insects, because there are also several orders of insects in which like people needs to develop expertise. So, and we also maintain the national repository. So we have lots of specimens housed, nearly 6 million specimens are housed in JDSI, and we are safeguarding those important bioresources, and the faunal resources are being in the custody of JDSI. And it is, as we know, like it is a subordinate office of ministry, so anything related to animal, we are to be questioned. So then a few days back also, before coming here, there was a question in Parliament which will be answered on 27th. So what is the status of threatened species in India, and what is the status in Rajasthan if there are any species got extinct in last 5 years? So we have to present those data in the Parliament. So in that way, like when we survey on literature, so we find now less data on animal status or plant status in our protected areas also. So that is the problem. So these are some of the things like JDSI is doing. And as sir told, like last year we also developed 3 proposals to be presented in the COP19 meeting of CITES at Panama, in which like 3 species were revised in the appendix. You know CITES appendices? Any idea, anybody? You know what is CITES? Anybody from wildlife department? Nobody? Anybody from zoology botany department? Students? No. What is CITES? Anybody has any idea? What is IUCN? Huh? Oh my God, okay. So you are from which department basically sitting here, all the students? So accordingly I'll discuss things, otherwise like there is no meaning. Biotechnology, okay, and economics, ATS, anthropology, then Santali, okay, zoology, how many of zoology? 2. Oh, so many are from zoology. Wow. Botany? 1, 2. Zoology, sit down so that we can. Botany? 2, 3, 4. Oh my God. Okay. And wildlife? 2. You do not know what is CITES? What is CITES? What is the full form of CITES? Full form of IUCN? International Union for Conservation of Natural Resources. Oh my God, okay. Okay, fine. So CITES is a convention signed by several countries around, so in which like any kind of international trade of species happening, it is a controlling body. So in the treaties signed by different countries, so we have to keep track on what are the species which are being imported, exported in across the countries. These are the international affairs. India is a signatory. It's a very important issue. Even the economics students should know what is the economics of species getting exported and imported. So many things are there. Okay, so anyway, society is in the COP19 conference of parties meeting in 2000 Conference of Parties meeting, 19th meeting, which were held at Panama during September 2022. So 3 proposals from India were gone. One on including a species in Appendix 2. There are 3 appendices in CITES. So you can Google what is CITES and appendices. So as per their protection status, like in Appendix 1, whatever species are there, you cannot do any kind of import-export except for studies. In the Appendix 2, whatever the species are there, Appendix 2 and 3, with permission you can do import and export. So these are like, but the thing is that India is importing, India has imported or still importing lots of exotic species because there is a heavy demand on in the pet market, pet trade. So we have imported several millions of species in recent past, in the last 10 years, and many of these species are now posing threats to India. Apart from that, recently in the Wildlife Protection Amendment Act 2022, India has included all the cited species in Schedule 4. So there is a complete revamping in the schedule list of Wildlife Protection Act. I am going to ask you the questions also, so be attentive. So in the Wildlife Protection Amendment Act 2022, there is a major revamp of the schedule list. So earlier there were 6 schedules in Wildlife Protection Act. So in the 6 schedules, Schedule 1 to 5, in which like animals were included, and in Schedule 6 all the plants were included. But in the recent amendment, so Schedule 1 and 2 has animals, 3 has plants, and 4 included all the species which are listed in CITES and which are not listed in any of these schedules, Schedule 1, 2, 3. So all those species, all those international species also, exotic species also, which are in any appendices of CITES, are automatically, they are getting a legal protection status in India. So that's why India now fulfilled all the criteria, all the objectives of CITES, and India is now a category 1 country as per CITES. So in the international fora also, India has a bigger stake. So that's why there was a complete revamping of the schedule list, and we are now showing, India is now showing that we have all the species which are in India are protected, like all these protected species are there. So in that way. So in this, last year the proposals, 3 of the proposals were developed by ZSI, and I was preparing the proposal with the CITES cell. We have a CITES cell in ministry also who is looking after all these things. All the 3 proposals in one go, they were accepted, and 2 species were uplifted from Appendix 2 to 1, and 1 species was directly included in Appendix 2. And the 3rd species, the gecko, there is a tiny gecko, sir was talking about, one gecko was included in Appendix 2 of CITES. We had virtually no information about the species, but from the social media data, we came to know that endemic species of gecko is now in more than 17 countries outside India. So how that species has gone out? There is a demand in the pet trade, and this small handsome looking species has been exported to many countries. People are breeding them in Europe, people are breeding them in different countries of Southeast Asia. So only based on all these social media data, one of our students, Rakesh, he did the social media analysis. We found several pictures of the species in the pet trade. In the darknet also we found some information. So based on that, the proposal was accepted. So generally in the CITES meeting, a proposal needs support from many other countries. So it's not just we are submitting a proposal and it will get acceptance. So there are lots of international politics also. You have to, like, as because the Jaipur hill gecko was evaluated by me in IUCN, so again I got the questions. So I answered it, and without any hesitation this species was immediately accepted in Appendix 2, and other 2 species were shifted to Appendix 1 of CITES. So again the same thing, there are many little creatures also which are disappearing from our nature. We have no information about many species of insects which are also economically beneficial for humans. Many honeybee species. Has anybody thought of, like, our native honeybee species are also declining at a faster rate because of the exotic species of honeybees we are using in the apiculture? You know, like the vermicomposting has a much bad impact on the ecosystem, like when we are putting lots of exotic species of earthworms into our nature, and they may become invasive also in near future. I had a discussion long back with Professor Senapati from Similipal University. He was telling how these exotic species of earthworms also are now becoming invasive, like they are taking over other earthworms and they may cause a serious threat in future. So maybe that is a matter of research and we should start working on it. Sorry. So what is important? We need to keep data, we need to collect data scientifically so that others also can repeat that same kind of collection of data. Like yesterday there was a discussion about the tiger numbers. So there is a specific scientific method of counting tigers based on which we can monitor the status of tigers time to come. So every year or every three years we are counting tigers or any other animals. So we are keeping track on what are the things, what are the changes happening. So monitoring is the tool which tells us like the status of a particular species in the ecosystem. So that is why like recording species like we keep track on the crocodile population in Similipal, or in Similipal there are lots of ecological work on Dr. Rabi Misra had done several work on plant diversity, plant community, biodiversity index, and so all these things also needs further survey. Like it is not that we studied, we published paper. So there should be a next generation also who need to do in the same standard way and evaluate what is the status of the particular species. So maybe the study which was done in 2000 will not be valid, like there may be certain changes in the species composition, the species community. So similarly the people's perception towards ecosystem may be changing. So if you compare data, 20 years, 30 years data, so we'll come to know that how people's perception is changing, and that's an indicator. So through monitoring you can indicate the managers, the forest managers or those who are managing that particular ecosystem, so then they will take steps. So you, the researchers who are actually should provide data through monitoring to the managers so that they will act on it, and in that way only science works. So the natural science, the social science, the anthropological science, so all these things should be based on monitoring, based on some scientific tools and based on certain sound like design of study, which can be repetitive also. While more food, energy and materials than ever before are being supplied to people in most parts of the world, this is increasingly coming at the expense of nature. So everything what benefits we are getting is mostly from the nature by exploiting. Basically the term exploitation should not be applied to nature, but we are still exploiting the nature in a very bad way without giving back anything. So that's a matter of concern. But India has a good tradition to live in harmony with ecosystem, live in harmony with animals, plants, several things. So we have sustainability engrossed in ourselves, in our blood. So we should activate that energy to conserve the nature. So coexistence is the principle. For example, snakes. Snake is a big topic. People are now people are saying there are lots of snakes or some species are vanishing. So but India was living with snakes, like in our home. I talk about like 30 years back, in our granaries snakes used to be there, like lots of cobras. They were not doing anything. So we have lived with the snakes. But now people are so intolerant that they do not want to see any snake in their campus itself. So that is the change in mindset. So we are now getting away from the nature, and I don't know, so that is going to impact. So because to conserve biodiversity, tolerance of humans is, it plays a very big role. So if we are not tolerant towards a species, for example, black buck. If you go to South Odisha, so black bucks are the species which live in the agricultural ecosystem. So people are tolerant in the Bhetnoi, so that they are allowing black buck to graze on their field, and because they respect black buck, because that is the they say they are the vehicles of Vishnu. So in that way, in many parts of India also, where people are tolerant towards black bucks are surviving in good number. But black bucks earlier, like 50 years back, black bugs were everywhere. But now their population is reduced, and due to the effort of the community and the forest department, in the last 20-30 years now, we are slowly seeing that black buck population is increasing, and they are now spreading over to other areas. Earlier they were only confined, in 90s they were only confined to Betnoi, Baripada area in Ganja. So now they are in many other parts also. So these are the things, like because of the people's tolerance, wherever people are tolerant towards wildlife, so there they are living in coexistence, they are living in harmony. India has 12 biodiversity targets. Everybody should know, and everybody should note down also. After this talk or after this workshop, you should go and do some homework. Who are really interested to conserve the biodiversity, they should know like what are our targets and what are our responsibilities being the citizen of India. So these are the things like awareness about values. Our Prime Minister every time poking us, like every time he is hammering on these points basically. So how we should know our values of being humans also. Integrating biodiversity values in planning and development. So slowly these are becoming guidelines, these are becoming the SOPs being developed to incorporate biodiversity. So in few days maybe some SOP will come if you are constructing a building. So these are the things, these are the biodiversity values you have to incorporate. There should be this much of greenery, there should be this much of things. So why these things needs to be in laws? If like we are aware citizens, so we should incorporate the biodiversity value in everything. When we are constructing houses, when we are doing any developmental activities, it should be integrated with the development. Reducing degradation, fragmentation and loss of natural habitats, invasive alien species management, sustainable management of agriculture, forestry, fisheries. So these are all targets, 12 national biodiversity targets India has, and India has committed to fulfill all these targets, and we are doing in small scale, but still everybody should know that, so that we can also incorporate it in our lifestyle. We are getting lots of things from nature. Maybe nowadays you people might not have exposure to nature the way like we had lived with nature. So we had tasted every berries in the forest or in our village which are edible. Now I don't know, like maybe you are buying berries and eating, but there are so many species of wild edible fruits available in nature. We spend a lot of time in forest, and sometimes we have to sustain ourselves eating on all these edible things in nature, in the forest. I have stayed in forest for 15 days without any ration. So I have eaten cycas, many insects, sometimes some rodents, rats, cycas, many kinds of plants, jackfruit, mangoes, everything nature has. So if you don't have any ration also, you can sustain yourself in forest. You can eat termites, very tasty. You can eat red ant. You can eat so many things nature has actually. So there are many wild edible things around us. There are so many leafy vegetables, and Baripada market has also lots of leafy vegetables. You should know the name of different kinds of sago available in the market. There are so many interesting things, and we are getting from the ecosystem. Lots of wild edible things available. Lots of things are used to like there is a plant Clestanthus colinus, that seed is, and the bark is used to kill for fishing activities. So if you crush the bark and put it in an area, so all the fishes will come out. There are many traditional methods available with people. Lots of mushrooms we eat. There are several wild edible things we eat in the nature. And again the same thing, living in harmony. So sustainable use of biodiversity and promoting inclusive development. So that should be the mantra. Human community and biodiversity, so all these things we had already discussed. Nature underpins human health and well-being. So we extract everything from nature. There are lots of traditional medicines which are also being directly taken from the ecosystem. So direct linkage with the biodiversity also. And we have also many success stories. So coming back to like our effort to conserve species. So for example, tiger number. In 1969, when the first cooperative tiger census was carried out, so India had some 1138 tigers. So after that, it sparked, like when the report was presented to the then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, so she praised hard to form Wildlife Protection Act to prevent the species from extinction. And for tiger, the project Tiger started in 1973. So after that, several refinements, and then now we are at a position where India holds nearly 65% of the total tiger population. So these are the success stories. Talk about crocodiles. So 3 species of crocodiles are there in India. At one point of time in 70s, the crocodile population had crashed. Like the population of saltwater crocodile had come down to few individuals, 15-20 individuals in Bhitarkanika. But now we have more than 1500 adult crocodiles in Bhitarkanika. So these are the success stories. Talk about Barasinga, which is the hard ground Barasinga, which was distributed in Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh. So Kanha had a small population of Barasinga, and due to the constant effort of the forest department, so they have now increased population and they are relocating them in other tiger reserves of Madhya Pradesh, and maybe in future in some places in Chhattisgarh and maybe in Odisha also. So these are some of the success stories. And we as researchers, we can encourage people in the participation for biodiversity conservation, and there are many communities, local communities, who are actually self-motivated and they are protecting the biodiversity. Talk about Pakidi, talk about Betnoi Balipada, talk about Mangalajodi. So there are many places in Odisha where people have come forward to protect the biodiversity, and they are also getting benefits out of it. People are coming to see the wildlife. So local community is getting benefited out of it. So there are many stories related to this. And we have several roles like, I don't think like all of you might be knowing about what is Biological Diversity Act 2002, what is NBA, National Biodiversity Authority, State Biodiversity Board, BMC. So there is nothing to talk about it, but still BMC, the Biodiversity Management Committee, which is at the end statutory body for protection of biodiversity or management of biodiversity, is the Biodiversity Management Committee formed by the State Biodiversity Board. So who actually, they are implementing institutions to preserve the biodiversity and so many things. So the thing is that how, as a student, like what we can do so to conserve our biodiversity. So do you know like what are the species living around yourself, living in our university, living in our home, what are the species around us? So we should know them. So everybody has a mobile phone and you can take pictures, you can show it to any experts and they will identify those for you. So in that way you can keep track on the biodiversity around you. You can also experience the changes in the biodiversity in different seasons. You can experience the changes in biodiversity in years to come. So these are the best practices we can inculcate in our mind so that we can also experience the changing biodiversity around us. When you are documenting species around you, when you go to a forested area, the biodiversity will be different. When you are going to a grassland, the biodiversity will be different around it. So these are the things we should experience by ourselves. So our future generation, they are far away from the biodiversity. So now I don't know how many of you have seen a frog. I don't know how many of you know, like now these are the questions like are being discussed. So people do not know from where rice is coming. So they think rice is a plant, somewhere rice is coming. They don't know paddy is a plant and we have to process the paddy to get the rice. Nowadays kids, they do not know from where paddy is coming, from where atta is coming, from where these doors are coming, wood, from where it is coming. So that is the big question, challenge before us also. Sorry, finishing. These are some of the species around my locality and we study this. So coming to Similipal, so I'll just wrap it up in 7 minutes. So we all know where Similipal is situated. It is situated in a very important juncture in the Chotanagpur plateau. Yesterday, Dr. Anil Biswali was telling lots of things about Similipal and its position and the biogeographic position of Similipal. We have many important places in Similipal, many wetlands which are actually harboring lots of species, and when we are talking about forest fire and impact of forest fire. So those are the places which are going to be affected very much due to all these detrimental activities. And coming to the faunal diversity of Similipal, the first comprehensive report on the faunal diversity, like some information about faunal diversity, was prepared by late S.R. Chaudhary, Saroz Raj Chaudhary, in his first management plan, tiger management plan. So in 1974, so he has come up with a 44 pages document in which like he had listed some 30-40 species of mammals from Similipal. And Geological Survey of India in 71, the first survey was conducted in Similipal for 2-3 years, and they came up with a book on Similipal. After that, in 2007, another survey was conducted in Similipal in which Dr. Santi is a part also. So he'll be discussing more about it. And we discussed about, so 60 species of mammals are till now recorded from Similipal, and there is one more species which is going to be added, one shrew. Here is the shrew, so white tooth shrew basically. So that is going to be added recently, so we are developing that paper. So this shrew is also found in some of the moist zones in Odisha, like we get it in Kuldiha, in Similipal. So that is one species. And we already discussed about wild dogs. So that is a question before us, why Similipal the wild dogs become locally extinct. So for sociologists, anthropologists, zoologists, wildlife biologists, so this is a question, you should find out some reason. Avifauna, we have some 374 species of birds recorded from Similipal. Extensive documentation was done by late Salim Ali when he visited Similipal in 74, Salim Ali and Dinol Ripley. And Dr. Lala A.K. Singh and Dr. S.D. Raut, they have also documented the bird diversity. Dr. Raut had extensively worked on Munia, the species, and their nesting behavior in Similipal. Lots of work has been done. And on mammals also, he has worked extensively on the giant squirrels of Similipal, their feeding habit, their nest patterns and everything, lots of interesting studies on that. Lots of water birds. In 2012, when I was there, I worked for a brief period in Similipal, although like some nearly 2 years, and I have tried to explore as much as possible walking on foot. I have seen tigers like while walking in the forest also from a very close distance, 20 feet away. So I have seen many of the animals in a very close encounter because I love to trek in the forest, I love to walk in the forest silently. I had close encounter with elephants and so many things are there. So in 2012 we conducted one waterfall census in which some 41 species of birds were also added. Coming to reptiles, we have more than 60 species of reptiles, and these are the species which are of global importance. 70 species of reptiles are reported, in which we have certain 8 threatened species of reptiles are known from Similipal. Elongated tortoise, the critically endangered species, elongated tortoise, which is also found in Similipal. We need to formulate one action plan for conservation of this species in Similipal. If like anybody can take up that kind of work to do a status survey, and then some action plan can be developed. Tricarinate heel turtle and elongated tortoise, these two species actually live in sympatry. Almost in most of the grassland areas they were there, but currently the situation we have no idea. Then yellow monitor lizard, another endangered species I was talking about. So it is also reported from outskirts of Similipal. It is not there inside the forest, but in the outskirts of Similipal. Indian roof turtle, king cobra, Indian rock python, and Bengal monitor lizard. So these are the threatened and near threatened species of reptiles reported from Similipal. And coming to the crocodile, the mugger crocodile in Similipal. So yesterday we had also lots of discussion about mugger crocodile, but when in Similipal the crocodile population had gone almost extinct. So during that time the project crocodile came into existence in 1974, in which like we had to get the specimens, get live individuals from Tamil Nadu and release them in Similipal. So I don't know, at that time that was the only solution, but now we do not know whether the Tamil Nadu population is viable in Similipal or not, because maybe the Similipal population is a distinct lineage than the South Indian population. So in monitor lizards, Bengal monitor lizards, we are finding two different lineages. There is one lineage of Himalayan lineage and there is one peninsular India lineage. So we do not know, maybe that may be one of the cause for the crocodiles which are not surviving, because we have released so many crocodiles and only because we are giving protection, so some of the individuals are still there in Similipal. But actually over the period of time they might have adapted to live in such kind of environment, but still, like, we do not know whether getting a population from a different place, far away place, and relocating a species in a completely different habitat, whether that is viable or not. So these are the things, research questions, now we have tools to understand. So these are the things we can explore further to work on. This is one species, Sitana sushili, which has been named after Professor Sushil Datta. So this species is also known from Similipal, which was discovered in 2021. So all the species which are, all the species known as Sitana ponticeriana from Similipal are now Sitana sushili. This is the recently described species. Last month only we described it. This is Hemidactylus paucifasciatus, which is a new species from Similipal, Kuldia and Adgard Wildlife Sanctuary. So the adult and juvenile, they look completely different. So these are the things biologists, they can work on. Like in what are the species, there are ontogenic color variation. So there are many species of geckos which look similar when they grow adult, but in the juvenile stage they look completely different. So these are some of the questions for the biologists. This is one species which is also a paratype, is from Similipal. This is Ahatula Laudonkia sapo. So this we described in 2019 from Similipal. Amphibians, we have 21 species of amphibians from Similipal. So there are many species, and there was one, sir was talking yesterday about the Philautus similipalensis. So there was a species named Philautus similipalensis. So till now in some literature and when people are giving presentation, they are also using, but now this species is known as Rhaurchestes sanctisilvaticus. So the names are changing in taxonomy. Lots of these changes also happen. Pisces, we have 66 species, and yesterday I saw one poster in which some 71 species have been recorded from Similipal. So coming to the threatened species of fishes, so we have one endangered fish in Similipal. That also people, those who are working on or interested to work on fishes, they should also try to find out that species, endangered species, the Mahasir, and one vulnerable, 6 near threatened, and 42 least concerned species are there in Similipal. Mollusks and other invertebrates, I think Dr. Sethi is going to talk about. So we have many interesting species of invertebrates also. For example, the great Nawa, which is Paris peacock, red Helen butterfly, prince. So there are certain very important species of butterflies in Similipal which we need to know more about them. This and Similipal, and for many species also, it is the southernmost boundary for many of the Southeast Asian species which are coming. There is one species of amphibia, Amphidormus sinensis, which is found in Southeast Asia. In between there is no report, and it was reported in 2018 by one of our colleagues from Similipal. So this is one interesting species. Other invertebrate, we have very less data on the invertebrate diversity except for odonats and butterflies. We do not have diversity report for moths, which are also economically important species in the ecosystem. Many of the moths are pests to agriculture, pests to silviculture, and so many things. Scorpions and other things are there. So threats in Similipal are many. We know poaching is one of the very important major threat which needs to be addressed, and forest department is trying day and night to tackle the instances of poaching. So Similipal had a long history of poaching. So that's why it has been in the genes of many people in Similipal. Like actually when establishment in Similipal started, in early 90s, when the Bora company, they were extracting timber from Similipal. So during that time, people from Jharkhand, they were established in Chahala region. So you know, in Chahala, there are like big 100 years old eucalyptus trees and other trees. So those were planted during that time, and people were called to Similipal, and over a period of 10-20 years they had killed that time more than 400 tigers during that time, 90s. So after that, some people were deployed to kill tigers till the project Tiger started in 73, and Similipal is, as you know, is one of the first 11 tiger reserves declared in our country. Poaching is a major issue, and in this you can see one Kanda Jantra. So that is called as Kanda Jantra. This photograph was taken by S.R. Chaudhary in 1954, and this is a big bow in which like several arrows are fitted, and it will be triggered with a thin rope, and there will be a bait in front of it. So when tiger comes to eat the bait, so it will trigger the small thread and lots of arrows will go and hit the tiger. So this way they had killed several tigers in Similipal. In Similipal they were also using jaw trap, still jaw trap, which is used to be like trapping tigers, leopards and other animals also. Livestock grazing, big problem. It is a big threat for the herbivores also. Issues with corridor connectivity, many parts of Similipal, like Similipal has become an isolated patch of forest only. So that's why the problem with tigers inbreeding and other things are there. So people are visualizing like unless until we connect the corridors, like OFSDP and Forest Department are also trying to, they had also tried to develop corridor between Similipal and Satkosia, but in between also there are lots of problems happening. Conservation, we have to, apart from targeting the mega animals, we should target the smaller animals also, because they also need protection, they also need conservation. So all these things, there are lots of future perspectives, and you should decide among yourself, or you can take up small projects in Similipal, in what way you can contribute towards conservation of Similipal. So thank you very much. I thank my director and sir and so many other people to give me a chance to talk about it. Thank you. If any questions, I'll be happy to answer actually. Nahi, loud on case apo khyati kar kanu. 8 out of question Similipal pai. Nahi, kisi karan.
Hello.
Anybody
Hello.
interested to ask on anything about?
Ask anything.
Anything about Similipal or anything? Yes, please. No problem. You can.
What I have been observing on, like, witness for last decades, so particular my area. So I have not seen any like also say kind of different kind of hyenas. So like, what comes to mind? What is your thought on that? So why it has been?
We have killed all of them. So they have been systematically wiped out from the ecosystem.
What is the most important reason?
The reason, so his question is basically why we are not seeing wild animals in our locality, in his locality basically. So because they were being poached, they were being killed, and we have given no time for them to come back also. And maybe you like to see wild animals, but in general people don't want to see wildlife around us. So that is the big reason. So that's why the tolerance of people plays a vital role in biodiversity conservation. If we want to see species around us, then species are also happy to live with us. Some species, not all. Many species, they love to live in secluded places, inviolate spaces. But we have seen during COVID time, like when humans were silent all over the country, so how the wild animals were popping out from streets, from reserve forests, they were freely roaming in the human territory. So in that way, if we'll give them opportunity, so they will also be happy and they will also share their space with us. Some
Both
species, not all.
Answers during lunch time, evening time, he is available.
Okay, so we can discuss later also. I think we are running out of time.
Yes.
He is asking about corridor connectivity, why that is an issue. So corridors are basically the connecting link between two forests inhabited by especially mega animals, megafauna. So if corridors will not be there, many animals, they'll be going through human habitation. So for example, elephants, they need to go out of a particular habitat. So in that way, they'll be venturing through human habitation. If there is a corridor, if there is a linkage, if there is a passage, so they will be using that passage mostly. So that is why it is very important for mega animals like tigers, elephants, gaur, sambar, so all these big animals, they need corridor connectivity, even for smaller animals also. But these are especially for the bigger animals, tigers, elephants, sloth bears. Plants, corridor, some species may be needing, those which do not have a specific mode of pollination. If they are not in a contiguous patch, their population will decline. So they may need corridor also. No idea. So you are a botanist, so you can explain it better.
Okay. I think no more questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Interact with him. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Dr. Pratyush P. Mahapatra.
Thank you. Now I will request the chairperson of this session, Professor Datta, to felicitate Dr. Mahapatra.
Again, I am privileged.
I am humbled.
Now I request Dr. Datta to do further honors. I would invite Dr. P.G.S. Sethi up to the dais, and I will request Dr. Datta to felicitate Dr. Sethi. Scientist D, Zoological Survey of India. He is going to give his presentation.
Dr. Sethi is also from Orissa.
Now I would invite Dr. Bibhu K. Mahanti, Associate Professor, GM University, Similipal, to the dais. I would request again Professor Datta to felicitate Dr. Bibhu K. Mahanti. Thank you, gentlemen. Now we can continue with the technical session. I hand it over to Professor Datta.
Yes. Dr. Sethi. As I told you, second talk by Dr. Sethi, big man, about insects. I think you will be dealing with insects of Similipal or few other things along with that. Let's keep it 20 minutes, then we will have some time. 5 more minutes, we can discuss.
Okay.
So, very good afternoon, respected Professor Datta sir, my all senior teachers here, and my dear students. I'm here to present the research gap areas in invertebrate faunal diversity of Similipal Biosphere Reserve, Odisha. As the theme shows, the past, present and future of Similipal, I will go back to 20 years back when I work as a JRF like you with Hemant sir and Datta sir and also Raut sir. Along with your first batch of wildlife branch, they also work with me. So before going to study any faunal group, you just see how they are growing widely in that habitat. So Similipal is such a natural habitat. You see, what are the most interesting thing is that the dense, thick, close canopy forest with extensive grassland. As I am talking about invertebrates, so these are the most requirements for the habitat of invertebrates. And it's a rich diversity which is unexplored by various workers during this time also, up to 2023. And these are the pioneer workers who worked from 85 to 20, including us, and not project the vertebrate fauna in a systematic manner till now. And this study was based on the field studies, observation, literatures, and here we can see any biosphere reserve, any protected area. When we talk about this, we can find more invertebrate fauna rather vertebrate fauna. But here we reported only 356 species of invertebrate, whereas 591 species of vertebrates. Though it is a vast area, 2,750 kilometers range, only we report 356 species of invertebrates. So it is a huge gap. Whereas our previous study in Nehru Valley National Park, only 16 square kilometer area, we discovered more than 1,700 invertebrate species. So compared to 16 kilometer and 2,750 kilometers, you can see the gap. And what invertebrate fauna we found here? Only 356 species, Arthropoda 332 species, Malafauna 20 species, Annelid 2 species. I am talking about the 20 years back. Okay. And Arthropoda are the major faunal group which occupies the niche of Similipal Biosphere Reserve. Coming to mollusca, most interesting group, I am talking about the land and freshwater molluscas. Till now, 2 papers were published. One is by me and Siddiqui, another was by Tripathi, me, Sajan, Chatterjee and Chandra. As Proteus hints that Amphiderma sinensis, 2 specimens collected by me. One was taken by the most molluscan expert, that is Subbarao, and another was reported in the JDSI Gopalpur branch. In Similipal, only 13 species of gastropods and 7 species of bivalves reported. Whereas in India, we can get 1699 species of molluscan. So here you can see the research gaps. Whereas 2000 species, or 1700 species, and where is only 20 species. So more work to be done on this group. Annelida, generally earthworms and leeches. 2-3 pioneer workers are working on earthworms, and I don't think nobody is working on leeches. Now, as Madam told, Pushpanjali Madam told, they have described, they have reported 12 species of earthworms, but in that time, only 1 species of earthworm was reported, and only 1 species of leech was reported. And the Indian scenario is 722 species reported by JDSI. And it's a major faunal group with insects. See, the Lepidoptera occupies more species diversity. That is equal to 164 species, and I think they are supposed to publish one more paper having 300 species of Lepidoptera. That's butterflies and moths. Though various workers were worked on butterflies, but very few workers are working on moth, which is a very interesting and economical species. And odonates, that time it was reported only 20 species. I think Sajan and others, they reported 58 species. Orthoptera 32 species, Coleoptera 22 species, Hemiptera 10, and Diptera 6 species, whereas Hymenoptera reported only 6 species. So Orthoptera, grasshopper and crickets. Very few people are interested to work on this, but earlier some lab work was going on from Orthoptera. In India, we found nearly 1200 species, but Similipal only 32 species were reported. So what needs to be done on Orthoptera? Dermatera, it's a year week. Only 4 species were described under 2 families during my research period. But Indian scenario, we are having 285 species of Dermatera. So here also there is a big gap to work on this group. And box, only 10 species were reported in 2005, and in India we are having 6,500 species of box. These are very important in our economic aspects. Ephemeroptera, mayflies, it is also most important insect. We are having 29 species throughout the India, but only 3 species of Ephemeroptera were reported in Similipal. And beetles. So lots of beetles are there in Similipal, including jewel beetles to dung beetles. Only 22 beetles were reported. Even if in Similipal we can get more jewel beetles. So anyone interested to work on jewel beetles, they can also work in Similipal. And in India, we can see 15,088 species are there, whereas only 22 species are there in Similipal. And I say Hymenoptera, wasps and bees. 130,000 species are there, which are very important for pollinations. But only, I think 6 species of bees are reported from Similipal, and this group is nobody working. And this is Diptera, flies, mosquitoes, and rubber flies. Have you ever seen this rubber flies? I think wildlife you have not seen. It is the most common species in Similipal. You can see from Gurugiriya to Chahala, you can see. And it is lucky that this specimen, when I joined as senior zoological assistant, this was the final question. They asked me, what is this? If you can say the behavior of this insect, I will select you. In the interview, they asked me, this rubber fly. It is very aggressive. So when you are catching all these insects, you just see their behavior, because only catching, preserving and identifying is not get up to the mark. You have to see the behavior of the insects, whether it is beneficial anyhow to the human being, so that they will consider it. So see, 98 families are there, only 2-3 families were studied in Similipal. And millipedes. 270 species of millipedes are found in India. Only 2 species are reported from Similipal, and also it is not identified till now. And Chilopoda, that is centipedes. where more than 102 species in India. Orissa, we are having 8 species. And that time, I have identified these 2 species under Scolopendridae. And this Riccia longispes was first reported from Orissa. And the study is done by Sriram, or one of the scientists. And now also I want to study with Proteus on centipedes. And see 86 species of scorpions identified in India. Only 5 species were collected at that time. And ticks and mites. Only mites are reported, 8 species of mites are reported from Similipal. Only 1 species of ticks are reported from Similipal. And the tick's bite is very painful in Similipal. If 3 ticks bites you, means you get definitely fever. And spiders. So 22 species of spider reported, whereas 1954 species are present in India. So crustacea, crabs and prawns. Only 1 species of crab, that is Baripada cunicularis, reported throughout the Similipal. I think more species may be reported on this group. And even the prawns were not identified till now. And the most gap area is Protozoa, Trichoptera and Thynosperata. These groups are not touched by any workers. I think Protozoa, this university can work because it is a lab-based study and report more from Similipal. And even this caddisflies and thrips also, very economically important species, these 2. We need to work on these groups. And see the further inventory, what they can give to us. It may be give some endemic species, and for conservation assets, it may help us. Many more are there if we will study on the gap areas of the invaded fauna of Similipal. And these are the things made by us which is affect our invaded fauna. And these are the reference only on invaded fauna from Similipal Biosphere Reserves. And thank you. And that picture is also 20 years back with Professor Datta, Hemant sir, and your first wildlife batch students. Thank you. I just finished it. Any
For the
questions?
gap areas, it's open for botanists, zoologists, wildlife, biotechnologists to do many things in Similipal. Any question to Dr. Santi?
Yes.
Thank you for your nice presentation. I have one question. Can we have any possibility of finding any minor phyla?
Yes. Because nobody is working on minor phyla in Similipal. Because we are getting one problem, that is permission. In also 2017-18, Dr. Tripathi and myself came to Similipal office, that Tiger Reserve office, but we could not get the permission. If we get the permission and the coordination between their Similipal office and our researchers and our students, then it will help us to make a good study on minor phyla to everything. And also for identification, Kolkata is not far away from Baripada. Now we are having maximum expert groups. Any groups, they can identify it.
Free.
Yes. Because we are not exploring, we are not identifying, we are not calling. Yes, that's why I am telling maximum people go for vertebrates.
He mentioned the gaps.
I mentioned the gaps.
And gaps.
So even 16 kilometer square kilometer, we are getting more than 1,000 species. But see 2,750 kilometers, so how many species we can explore?
କେତେ PhD କରିବ କର, କେତେ
Yes,
thesis
yes.
କରିବ କର, Similipal.
Permission, it's the only problem. Because
Permission, you see, Dr. Mahapatra will explain. Permission, who told permission would be there?
no, sir, I am
There are
telling.
regulations you have to follow, proper way you have to apply, and permission will come.
But one thing happened with me, sir. In spite of letter and for any official communication, they seize my specimen.
ନହେଲେ ଛଳେ ବଳେ ଅଥବା କୌଶଳେ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ବାଟ ଅଛି. He will explain official ବାଟ.
And everything, because we have to also show that the managers need to know about the information in the management plan. Review the management plan of Similipal. So this is a government document, you can get it. So and see what are the gap areas in that. So and if any of you is proposing, for example, studying the insect is very vast, studying the coleoptera and diversity in Similipal, and the benefit of forest managers will be to know what are the harmful species in Similipal. You do the life cycle study, give them information about how to control them. So in that way, it is a give and take policy. So they will not give you permission unless until you show that your research is going to help in the management of the biosphere reserve or the tiger reserve. So in that way, you have to develop your proposal. So one major thing lacking with us, like how to write a proposal. So it should also be taught in the course. How to write a proposal, how to fetch grant in a way like you have to place yourself as a funding agency and you have to evaluate your own proposal. So there are certain tricks to write proposal also. That also needs to be taught to you, how to develop a good proposal, to fetch grant, to get permission and all these things. So it should be in the course curriculum as well.
As she had mentioned. So, looking at the cultural diversity, we also got the scope to understand the other diversity in different ecological niches. When I was working in Western Ghats, particularly, the part which is, rain shadow area of Tamil Nadu, very, very peculiar interaction I had both with the forest officials as well as the people who were my subject, that is the food gathering community. So I thought that I'll share some of the, the barriers in making a better, I tell you, this wonderful species, it can, it weighs around 4 kilo and it lives in a canopy which indicates their habit from timber as well as other areas. So when I was at Jagdalpur, there was a very peculiar situation that you will see all along the road very thick forest, but when you penetrate into the forest, after 200 meters you will see football field, because the timber, mostly Tectona indica, would have disappeared to the Jagdalpur craft market, because they make the best wooden carvings in those days, even today also. And morning 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, trucks will be coming with the logs dressed, and if you want how much CFT you want, you will get it. So you see this nexus that is happening in forest area. So it's a big challenge, and declaring a biosphere reserve, a protected area, is in the interest of all of us. Why a joint mission? Because the biologist, especially the botanist and geologist, they always feel that the floral and faunal survival is the core issue, and we anthropologists, we argue always that yes, but don't ignore the tribals. And I need not tell this, and it is already in the mandate of the biosphere reserve concept when it was in 70s by the Western scholars. The research meticulously working on different issues, they visualize that in the near future we may have a disastrous situation, because would have an impact on the resources, forest resources would deplete, there will be a crisis of energy. Even today, if you are nothing about the war for energy, everyone wants energy. Even if we are going to occupy Pakistan's occupied Kashmir. It is again our craze for energy, not craze, it is survival. When once we have opened the market for free economy, we don't have much ethics, but it is the survival tactics. So under these circumstances, a joint forum is essential, not just for this type of seminar, but for joint initiatives to work in a multidisciplinary approach to find not only a solution on pen and paper, but as Dr. Mahapatra was telling, it should be also action oriented, because unless we make it action oriented, such platform may not motivate younger scholars, because ultimately they need to work, and as different professors were airing that they are facing the difficulty in getting the permission. Yes, true, you have to run from pillars to post to get this permission. So when I was little lucky in the sense that the DFO under whose guidance I was working in this Similipal flying squirrel sanctuary, he had a lot of interest on tribes. As anthropologists, we developed a lot of rapport with the tribals, because our research methodology encourages to develop maximum rapport, and we do participatory research appraisal. And in this participatory research appraisal, sometimes we stay for months together. I think I stayed in 2 areas at a stretch for 2 months in 3 occasions in different seasons, and by that we capture different events in seasons. And as a participant observation, we are trained anthropologists to be closer with them and also scientifically document what needs to be documented. As Dr. Sethi was telling, that there are a lot of gaps always, and these gaps are always giving us the opportunity to explore more on those issues. Now, when I was looking at a particular forest bit, what I found was the tribals' narratives. They gave me a huge list of flowering plants. When I looked at the BSI database for that particular area, I found that at least 3 times more information was available with me, and BSI was standing somewhere far below than those people who are illiterate, who are food gatherers, who are hunter and gatherers. You see, we consider ourselves the most civilized, most educated people, but where are these people? Similarly, in central India, when I was working for a project on tourism, what I found, I asked a few of my friends, why not we do a FGD in this group? And when I did the FGD among the forest officials, including the guard, rangers, etc., I found that they could tell only 10, 15, 20 reptiles name, some 25 up to birds name, and some 10, 15 animals name, and they were really stumbling. But when I asked a group of youths, not really very seniors, I would have been happy if I could have invited that evening seniors. Birds, when I started narrating, they told me 125, 140, 135 number of birds. You see, they are part of nature. They are living all along. Of course, my interview took place in a forest village, like you have 4 forest villages in the core area of your Similipal Biosphere Reserve. These people were also part of a forest village, and they were part of nature. They knew anything and everything. They were telling so beautifully in which season I can see a bird, in which plant, which fruit they eat. Where the ecologist find out such things? Can you tell me any ecologist who can do more better meticulous observation of nature than these tribal people? We always feel they are the danger. They are the people, and we alienate them from the forest. I am not here to campaign for the tribals, but what I am trying to say is that traditional ecological knowledge needs to be documented, and it is not so easy either, because you have to have a rigorous contact with them, rigorous stay with them to understand them, to understand how they are utilizing their resources, how they are knowing their surroundings. Unless they develop sufficient rapport with you, you cannot get this information. It is so difficult to get this information, because they are always apprehensive. What is your intention? Because they have seen forest department as their biggest enemy, and when you go to forest department, then they tell that he is definitely an informer to the farmer. You need to win their heart, convince them that you are for a better mission, and you will see how rich information they will start. So, when I was working in another area, I saw there was a, feud between two villages. And why was that feud? When I asked both the villagers in private, nobody was telling. Then I developed a friendship with one of the young boys, and I asked him, really, why did you fight? Now we fought for a python. I said, fought for a python? Why did you fight for the python? Now, sir, python is such a precious thing. I said, why? Why is that it is so precious? Now, the fever which cannot be cured by anyone of python. We boost up doing development in the past, knowledge they need to introduce the turtle from Tamil Nadu to this place. All of us know very well that this is not a healthy thing because everyone stays in their ecological niche. I don't know, but Dr. Mahapatra can say that yes, in the past this turtle was there in this ecological niche for which it was introduced. But what was the need? Why do we really finish? Definitely, if we'll go into verbal autopsy, I don't mean autopsy in a true sense, but if we'll go for finding out through folk narratives of these tribals, we'll try to get some answer or other. So, these are very critical questions where the association of social scientists, you see, the conference or the seminar is focused on the past, present and future. Every discipline has a stake. When we say past, definitely geologists have a issue to talk about. Definitely historians have a issue to talk. When we say about the present, definitely political science people have an issue to talk, because ultimately it is the policy which is shaping our activities. If the policy is going in that direction, then things should be in a better way. So, future, there is a discipline, I think it is stopped or not, Dr. Sethi or myself will be predicting. But what is happening, what needs to be understood beyond all these things is two parallel activities happening unconsciously. Why I say unconsciously? Because there is cultural diversity. We have around 4,635. We had a huge project called People of India project in which I was associated. So we had done a full profile of Indian communities all across the nation. It was a huge administrative exercise under the leadership of late Indira Gandhi, and it was Dr. K. Singh, the former Director General of Anthropological Survey of India, who took the lead to do this survey, in the sense that at least some basic information of different communities across the nation. We identified almost 95 to 90 communities which are coming up to our knowledge as and when we take up different activities, like we are working right now on denotified communities and other issues. So what I am trying to say, when we had done this type of survey, we found that there are 4,635 communities, and it may reach 4,700 or 800. But the thing is that every community inherits its cultural habits. Datta Sahib is here. Is he forgetting his dietary pattern, what his ancestor had? Any of you, are you forgetting? But at the same time, what is happening is that when we are entering into the mainstream of life, we are, on one hand, we are giving up our traditional habits, our thinking, our activities. On the other hand, we want sometimes this to continue in the interest, as I was telling forest department, they are unable to know many things as a tribal, sir. So, should we bring them to mainstream or not? Too extreme. Our Honorable President is from Santal community, and the other dignitaries from Santal community, I need not say, students and faculty members must be from one of the most progressive community of Odisha, and for that matter of the nation, along with, I think, I can put them along the Minas of Rajasthan. So, we have the Biror. Who are they? They are the world has recognized them as one of the hunter-gatherer community of India. The Mankadiyas, documenting even in Similipal how much pain and strain he has taken going across the nation and studying them. Now, if such dedicated team is formed for Similipal, a action-oriented team is formed for Similipal, then I think we will be reaching a better mission, we will be doing a better thing, because if you look into the media reports, the 2 years back, the disaster we had, the fire, they say that it was not a man-made really, but it was more of a early arrival of the summer, and maybe some stray cases of fire, but the environment was so hot that the fire was in a wild way and it was difficult to control. Why did this happen? It is again man-made. We all know, we all realize situation in the future for which they conceived the idea of creating reserves in different parts, and it is not protecting, it is a interaction also in the buffer zone or in the other areas. I think there are some 54 or 64 villages in the buffer, 61 villages in the buffer zone and around 200 villages in the other zone. So what I am trying to say in the process is that these people whom we normally consider as the enemy to our conservation, if they can be sensitized, if they can be part of our research team, you see the amount of protection they will do. We always isolate them. We feel that if we will share our exploration, then they will be detrimental to the nature. No. You take them into confidence. They would just pour information to you. They would be the protector of all these species that is available there, because they are also sensible people like any of us. Only thing is that we have a formal education. So with this dialogue, I think I am hoping that I am motivating my future, because we are on the dwindling side. We should motivate you people, because as young scholars you should take up issues, and I think we should make, as Dr. Mahapatra was telling, a systematic and organized project in which we can approach, and such projects can look meticulously into the management plan, because anytime we enter into a forest area, we need to look into the forest management plan, but without it, it is really very difficult, and it's not possible because it is meticulously done in a scientific manner. We need to have all those information and tell them the gap, and if you'll contact the higher authorities, as I was telling you that I also got the support of the forest officials. So if you contact the higher officials, definitely they will be impressed, because they also come, they respect the teachers, they respect the research faculties. So they will definitely be facilitator instead of barriers. But yes, if we will go without taking them into confidence, then they won't like it. Whether you call it a ego issue, whether you call it anything else, it is there because they are policing. It is a bad term that I am using, but yes, they have to police also, because sometimes there is mafia working, as I was telling in my talk, my experience, that how it is working in different forest areas, because ultimately you need everything. You need biotic, abiotic research. Mahendragiri, what is happening? They are taking our huge stones for making granites in Visakhapatnam. Every day 20-30 truckloads of granites are leaving Mahendragiri. It is such a wonderful spot in our eastern Ghat. If you'll go to that caves where Bhima, the folk narrative says Panchu Pandava were inhabiting, you will see what a wonderful landscape of eastern India. So we need to protect such areas, we need to protect them, and we need the support of forest officials. Now, as researchers, when we are going, we should go with a meaningful proposal, so that they are also convinced with our activities, and definitely they will be part of the research. Thank you all.
ମୁଁ ପ୍ରଥମେ ଟିକେ ଦତ୍ତ ବାବୁ ତ ମୋର ପରିଚୟ ଦେଲେ, ମୁଁ ମୋ ପରିଚୟଟା ଦେବା ଉଚିତ ହେବ। मोर कंट्रीब्यूशन कौन 1975 मसीह आज पर्यंत अर्थात 45 वर्ष ऊर्ध शिमिलीपाल सहित संपृक्त शिमिलीपाल को जानापी चेष्टा करुच्ची शिमिलीपाल को बुझापी चेष्टा करुच्ची शिमिलीपाल संपर्क ज्ञान हासिल करने चेष्टा करुच्ची ये चेष्टाटा कहीं कहली बर्तमान सुधा मुझे संपूर्ण ज्ञान हासिल कर पारिना संपूर्ण शिमिलीपाल को जापारिना जो वाइल्ड लाइफ इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ इंडिया को देहरादून को गोटे कोर्स मुझे जाइए 1994 इको डेवलपमेंट कोर्स से 11 जन पार्टिसिपेंट थे 9 जन थे IFS वर्किंग IFS जड़े थे रिमोट सेंसिंग वाला और मुझे जड़े नॉन IFS नॉन ऑफिशियल्स एवं आपण मानक एक कथा कहीं मुझे कहूँ ना आमर से जो एक्सरसाइज हुए ए सॉरी रिसर्च ये हुए पाठ पढ़ा जाए तार गोटे लास्ट एक्सरसाइज हुए से एक्सरसाइजटा बांधवागढ़ होता से एक्सरसाइज मुझे समस्त मध्य फास्ट होती बर्तमान से प्रश्न चिन्ह जे कहीं मुझे फास्ट हेली कारण बाड़ी बैगण पोथी बैगण भितर तफात अच्छी सरकार परमिशन नहीं कि नुह नॉन ऑफिशियली आम चेष्टा आम जेहेतु संपर्क शिमिलीपाल भितर आम रिसर्च करूँ ये सब्जेक्ट थिला ये फॉरेस्ट तापर फॉरेस्ट रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट देहरादून सेठी किसी दिन समय कटे से लाइब्रेरी आउ कौन सुजोग पाइनी लाइब्रेरी समय कटे तापर सेंटर फॉर साइंस एंड एनवायरनमेंट आप जानी दिल्ली बेस से संस्था सहित मुझे आज पर्यटन संपृक्त अच्छी ता सहित पार्टिसिपेटरी इन एशिया ये संस्था सहित संपृक्त एसबू कथा कहबार उद्देश्य हूँ जे मुझे सहित संपृक्त ही जहाँ ज्ञान हासिल करने चेष्टा कर संपूर्ण ज्ञान पाई ना कारण 5 वर्ष पर दिल्ली में गोटे इंटरनेशनल सेमिनार होता से मत पचरा शिमिलीपाल आप कौन जानते मुझे कहली मोर 7 जन्म लगे शिमिलीपाल को जानापी बोधे जापारि ना कारण मोर जहाँ अनुभव अनुभूति तो छाड़ू से कथा तो बहुत समय लगे अल्प समय को सारे कौन भोक कर भोक कर टाइम हो गला आप जो सब्जेक्ट नहीं अतीत वर्तमान भविष्य शिमिलीपाल अतीत हूँ गौरवमय कारण भारत वर्षर समस्त जातीय उद्यान पेरियर केरल ठार आरंभ कर कान्हा बांधवागढ़ पर्यंत आप मध्यप्रदेश सबू नेशनल पार्क बुलापी सुजोग पाई मसे डेढ़ मास सुजोग मिली से मतलब पार्टिसिपेट रिसर्च इन एशिया सुजोग देता से पैसा खर्च करते मुझे जोठी जाए मोर प्रथम प्रश्न हूँ कहीं शिमिलीपाल जहाँ अच्छी से ना मोर प्रथम प्रश्न थाए शिमिलीपाल जहाँ अच्छी एटी कहीं सेटा नहीं मोर जो मूर्खाणिया बुद्धि मूर्ख बुद्धि रे मुझे जहाँ देखिए शिमिलीपाल मोर जहाँ जहाँ अच्छी सेटी ना तो शिमिलीपाल अतीत कथा टी आसवा मु डॉक्यूमेंट्री कथा कहूँ 1860 रु 1895 पर्यंत एटा हूँ मयूरभंज गेजेटियर नीलमणि सेनापति 1935 कंपाइल कर मयूरभंज गेजेटियर अच्छी आपणकर टी हट नामक जड़े माने ये आपणकर ब्रिटिश जीव विज्ञान सी गोटे स्टडी करते शिमिलीपाल कौन है शिमिलीपाल मैनेजमेंट प्लान 1860 कहूँ मुझे आज्ञा से कही आप प्रथम आम शिमिलीपाल इतिहास को ने ये बारिपदा जंगलमय थिला केवल दुईटा जगार लोक बसवास कर तीन जगार गोटे हूँ बहलदा गोटे हूँ खिचिंग आ गोटे हूँ आपंकर जशीपुर जशीपुर माने जशीपुर कौ मैंने जन्म बसवास करते से भूया भूया बाथुड़ी जो कहुए सार मैंने कहते भूया मैंने समस्ते जंगल प्रिय जंगल को नष्ट करने इच्छा ना समस्ते जंगल प्रति ओरिएंटेड जी भूया भूया बाथुड़ी मैंने थे आउ इे आप टू भद्रक इे आप टू झाड़खंड अंचल किसी अंश इे मेदिनीपुर किसी अंश एवं आप टू केउझर पर्यंत बालेश्वर तो रही था नीलगिरी फिलगिरी सब रही ये समस्त विस्तीर्ण विस्तृत जंगलांचल शिमिलीपाल किला शिमिलीपाल अंश बोली कहुला आपण बर्तमान प्रश्न आसो बहुत कथा अच्छी बहुत समय नापी मुझे चाहूनी मुझे मो फोन नंबर देवी जी बाबू जो पिला चाहिए मत पचारे विभिन्न कथा मुझे कहीपरि कारण समय कम मुझे गपते गले तो 2 घंटा लगे 3 घंटा लगे को अल्पे माने जोटा कहुई प्रेसाइज कर कहवाई चाहूँगी मुझे प्रथम कहली शिमिलीपाल अवस्था प्रचुर बाघ थे प्रचुर बाघ ये जोटा कहते किए ना आपणकर वैज्ञानिक जीव विज्ञानी प्रचुर परिमाण में बाघ थे प्रचुर परिमाण में हाथी थे कारण मतरे सारा भारतवर्ष में शिमिलीपालटा हूँ सर्वोत्कृष्ट एरिया जो बाघ और हाथी संख्या अधिक थिला बर्तमान प्रश्न आसो जे बाघ संख्या कमीगला मुझे छोट छोट जिन चाहूँ जेनेल कमन ये कहूँ बाघ संख्या कमीगला किमी जान बाघ संख्या कमिला आपणकर पद्मश्री ये हाँ चौधरी बाबू से से गणी थे पगमार्क से कहते 1973 भर 101टा बाघ अच्छा बाघ आम कौन कौन अच्छा आप जान कला बाघ तो ये जनाई भारत वर्ष अन्य जगह कला बाघ अच्छा जेनेटिक परिवर्तन हो महाबल बाघ कलरा पथरिया बाघ आटा बाघ बर्तमान हेटा बाघ आउ ना ये 3टा बाघ अच्छा ये जो गणिबार गणना तो होनी ये जो गोटे कहुई आशंका कर पद्धति एति बाघ थे बर्तमान कहला 28टा बाघ अच्छा कमी जानले आप फोटो उठला कैमेरा फोटो आज्ञा शिमिलीपाल 2000 बाबू कहते 2750 वर्ग किलोमीटर रु आखापाखि 1000 किलोमीटर को मनीष जापर आते किलोमीटर है आज्ञा 1750 स्क्वायर मीटर जो टेरेना खाई खाई मनीष जापर ओल्ल पारे से केमती कैमेरा लगे फोटो उठेले और बाघ मैंने रहती कौटी मोर शिक्षागत योग्यता मुझे जहाँ पाई बाघ मैंने कौटी रहती बाघ मैंने जो मनीष जीवेनि से जगह बाघ मान ये ठंडा जलवायु अच्छी और डेन्स फरेस्ट अच्छी व्यापक अंचल अच्छी बाघ मान स्वतंत्र एरिया रहते तेणु बर्तमान बाघ 101 अच्छा कि 28 अच्छा कि 500 अच्छा मत जी कई कहीदेवे स्टडी करी रिसर्च करी मोर माने कृतज्ञता ज्ञापन करी जाओ मुझे एत दिन पर जानी बाघ संख्या बेसी बर्तमान आसवे हाथी आपण 2015 कथा मुझे कहूँ 2015 जो बाघ हाथी गणना होता से 74टी अंडीरा हाथी 295टी माई हाथी 139टी तरुण हाथी और गोटे माने तार चिन्हट हो नाला कौ अंडीरा कि माई समुदाय थे के 590 2017 से पहुँचीगला 490 बर्तमान प्रश्न उठे जो हाथी मान गणा जा कौन थे गणा जाना पगमार्क ये मान बाघ मान गणा जाता हाथी मानकर जो से विष्टा जो गुह हाथी मल से मल को देखी गणा जाए अन्य जो पद्धति से पद्धति एत साइंटिफिक नुह मोर कहबार उद्देश्य हूँ ଶିମିଳିପାଳରେ ଯାହା ଯାହା ଅଛି ବୈଜ୍ଞାନିକ ଭାବରେ କିଛି ଜିନିଷ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ସୁଦ୍ଧା ଷ୍ଟଡି ସମ୍ପୂର୍ଣ୍ଣ ଷ୍ଟଡି ହେଇନାହିଁ। ବାବୁମାନେ କିଏ ଜଣେ ଦୁଇ ଜଣ ବାବୁ କହୁଥିଲେ, କିନ୍ତୁ ସାର୍ କହିଲେ ଗୋଟେ ବଡ଼ ପ୍ରାକ୍ଟିକାଲ ଜିନିଷ ସବୁ କହିଲେ, ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ରାକ୍ଟିକାଲ ଜିନିଷ କହିଲେ। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ବହୁତ କଥା ମାଇଣ୍ଡରେ ଆସୁଛି, କହିତେ ହେବ, କହିଲା ବେଳକୁ ସମୟ ହେଇଯିବ, ଆପଣ ଭୋକ କରିବ। ଆମର ଗତ 7 ବର୍ଷ ଭିତରେ 5ଟି ବାଘ ଚମଡ଼ା ଜବତ ହେଇଛି। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ଆସୁଛି, ଏ ବାଘମାନଙ୍କୁ ହାତୀମାନଙ୍କୁ ମାରୁଛି କିଏ? ଯଦି କୁହାଯାଉଛି ବାଘ ସଂଖ୍ୟା ହାତୀ ସଂଖ୍ୟା କମିଗଲା, ବହୁତ ସମୟରେ ବହୁ ବ୍ୟକ୍ତି କହନ୍ତି ଯେ ଆନ୍ତର୍ଜାତୀୟ ଶିକାରୀ ମାନେ ଯେଉଁମାନେ ବ୍ୟବସାୟୀ ସେମାନେ ଏଥିରେ ସମ୍ପୃକ୍ତ। ନାଇଁ ଆଜ୍ଞା, ଆମର ଏ ଯେଉଁ ଅଖଣ୍ଡ ଶିକାର ବ୍ୟବସ୍ଥା, ମୁଁ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ କଥାକୁ ଆସୁଛି, ଅତୀତର କଲା ଗଲା, ମୁଁ ଯାହା କହିବା କଥା କହିଦେଲି, ଗୌରବମୟ ଅତୀତ। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ କଥାକୁ ମୁଁ ଆସୁଛି, ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ସଂଘର୍ଷମୟ ଅତୀତ କେମିତି ହେଲା? ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଶିକାର କେଉଁମାନେ କରୁଛନ୍ତି? ଆମରି ଲୋକ ଆଏ, ଏଇ ଶିମିଳିପାଳ ଚତୁଃପାର୍ଶ୍ୱରେ ଥିବା ଲୋକ, ଏବଂ ବେଶୀ ଲୋକ ବି ନୁହନ୍ତି। କପ୍ତିପଦାର ପ୍ରାୟ 10-15ଟା ଲୋକ ହେବେ, ଆପଣ ଉଜଳା ବ୍ଲକର 10-15 ଜଣ ହେବେ, ଠାକୁରମୁଣ୍ଡାର 10-15 ଜଣ ଖଣ୍ଡେ ହେବେ, ମୋର ଯେଉଁ 10-15 ଜଣ ଖଣ୍ଡେ ହେବେ। ଅତି ବେଶୀ ହେଲେ ଆଜ୍ଞା 50 ଜଣ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ଯେଉଁମାନେ ହେଉଛନ୍ତି ହେବିଚୁଆଲ୍ ଶିକାରୀ, ପ୍ରଫେସନାଲ ଶିକାରୀ ନୁହନ୍ତି। ତାଙ୍କର ଟଙ୍କାକିଆ ଚାଉଳ ମିଳୁଛି, ସରକାରଙ୍କ ଅନ୍ୟାନ୍ୟ ସୁବିଧା ସୁଯୋଗ ସେମାନେ ପାଉଛନ୍ତି। ତେଣୁ ଚାଲିଲେ କ'ଣ, ଜଙ୍ଗଲ ଭିତରକୁ ପଶିବା, ବାରହା, ହରିଣ ହେଲା, କୁକୁଡ଼ା, ଏଗୁଡ଼ାକୁ ସେମାନେ ଯାଆନ୍ତି ଶିକାର କରିବା ପାଇଁ। କାରଣ ସେଗୁଡ଼ା ନେଇକି ଆସିଲେ ନିଜ ଗାଁ, ଆଗରୁ ନିଜ ଗାଁରେ ବାଟୁଥିଲେ, ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ବିକ୍ରି ହେଉଛି ବିଭିନ୍ନ ହାଟରେ। ତା ଛଡ଼ା ଏ ଯେଉଁ ହାତୀ ବାଘ କଥା ପଡ଼ିଛି, ହାତୀ ବାଘ କ୍ୱଚିତ ଶିକାର କରନ୍ତି। ଧରନ୍ତୁ ଗୋଟେ ଗ୍ରୁପ ଯାଇଛନ୍ତି ଶିକାର କରିବା ପାଇଁ, ଗୋଟେ ବାଘ ପଡ଼ିଗଲା, ହେବ ମୋର ହାତରେ ବନ୍ଧୁକ ଅଛି, ଏଇ ଯେଉଁ ଇଏ ବନ୍ଧୁକ ସବୁ ଛୋଟରା ବନ୍ଧୁକ ମାରିଲେ, ମରିଗଲେ ତ ପାଇଗଲେ, କ'ଣ କରିବେ? ଯେ ବାଘ ଚମଡ଼ାକୁ ଆଣିଲେ, ରଖିଲେ। ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ କୁହାଯାଉଛି ସରକାର ତାଙ୍କର ଡିପାର୍ଟମେଣ୍ଟ 302 ଗାଁର ଶିକାରୀ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ମାନେ କହୁଛନ୍ତି। ମୋର ଯାହା ଜ୍ଞାନ ଧାରଣା ମାତ୍ର 50 ଖଣ୍ଡେ ଶିକାରୀ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ଏବଂ ସେଇ 30-40% ଗାଁରେ।
All these things are just to be carried out. It is a research project. So we have just started in 4 villages, that is in Samagta blocks, and we have selected the hybrid species, that is C2038 and S1635. It is a ashram like that. So humidity and the climatic conditions and the soil structure, everything should be studied properly. And we have here found the tukra disease which affect the plant species, because leaf mainly affected. If by the tukra, it will be not fit for to the wall. So number of leaf production is most important to harvest the silk. So these are the basics parameters or fundamental things we have to start it. Apart from that, we also protect the Similipal. We start in agricultural and agro-based practices. We recently working with one US-based organization in Banyabasa, Khunta block, to protect and to increase their nutritional status among the tribals. We have supplement income and livelihood opportunity provided to them. So these are some programs. All NGO friends who are here and all are working for Similipal. See, just only in the name of Similipal we are working. But what actually Similipal is, still we are. Kolal Mukherjee and other Sisu Kumar is also going for tiger sensors for tracking. During that time, their pictures I see, and now when I enter the Similipal through Bangripusi sites, they are completely, if you can get any truck, it will enter. So these are the diversifications and human demand over the Similipals. And when the infrastructure is locally developed, mainly not only we say that Similipal destroyed, when we concrete building are developed in any city like Baripada or Baleshwar or Bhubaneswar, even in Calcutta, the demand for Similipal salt trees or other products. So these are the also pressure, that is called human pressure. Our demand. So just like crying a baby for the or essence to have me, if there is anything, I am available 24/7 for the sake of Similipal. And the organization completely dedicated for work for Similipal, and is also recognized by government. So thank you once again. Thank you, sir.
Basically, youngsters should be interested to know more about MBR. They should be in touch with Samir and promising prospect for future. Thank you, Samir. Can you ask him personally during lunch time?
प्रोजेक्ट आम ये 6टा डिस्ट्रिक्ट इम्प्लीमेंट करुँ जल जीवन मिशन, ओडिशा मिलेट मिशन, इंटीग्रेटेड फार्मिंग उपरे आदि आदर्श ग्राम उपरे आदर्श ग्राम योजना उपरे आ सहित गोटे प्रोजेक्ट आमर लिंकेज अच्छी डायरेक्ट टू सिमिलपाल जोटा कि ओडिशा सरकार ओडिशा बायोडायवर्सिटी बोर्ड तार कोलाबोरेशन रे आम गोटे प्रोजेक्ट करुचु जे एक्टिवेशन ऑफ बायोडायवर्सिटी मैनेजमेंट कमिटी बीएमसी एंड प्रिपरेशन ऑफ पीपल्स बायोडायवर्सिटी रजिस्टर इन एंड अराउंड जो जीपी अच्छी सिमिलपाल इन एंड अराउंड रे सेठी तो मो स्पेसिफिकली मो प्रेजेंटेशन ता ऊपर जे कौन काम आम स्पेसिफिकली करुचु ता ऊपर जदि आम कहवा जे आमर जो बीएमसी बा पीबीआर होउची जो स्पेसिफिकली कहीं एटा नियाहिची करबा पाई तो बीएमसी कहीं एक्चुअली बीएमसी कौन मो जेहेतु मेजर स्टूडेंट अच्छा स्टूडेंट मान भी जानापी चाहे और समस्ते या द्वारा एवार भी आउटे हो पारे ये गोटे नुआ कथा जेहेतु ये बीएमसी एक्चुअली बायोडायवर्सिटी मैनेजमेंट कमिटी एटा आमर जो बायोडायवर्सिटी एक्ट अच्छी ओडिशा बायोडायवर्सिटी एक्ट से एक्ट थ्रो रे एटा को बीएमसी को फॉर्मेशन करा होची कौन पाई ना रोल हूँ बीएमसी रो जे कंजर्वेशन और सस्टेनेबल जो बायो रिसोर्स अच्छी से पंचायत एरिया भितर आउ कौन पंचायत स्पेसिफिकली जो गुड़ाक बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व को लगिकी इन एंड अराउंड जो पंचायत अच्छी से पंचायत गुड़ाकर जो अच्छी तार बायो रिसोर्स को कंजर्व करवा तार लोकल बायोडायवर्सिटी और इको रिस्टोरेशन करवा एसबीबी माने आमर स्टेट बायोडायवर्सिटी बोर्ड ओडिशा बायोडायवर्सिटी बोर्ड को जो ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज और लोकल बायोडायवर्सिटी इश्यूज होउची से एरिया रे ता ऊपर बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व बा अराउंड रे अच्छी जमीती विभिन्न प्रकार एनटीएफपी कलेक्शन होउची सिमिलपाल भितर तार एक्सेस कौन अच्छी जो माने बेनिफिट नौचंदी धरंतु आपण माने एबे जानिथिबे जे जणे आसिला सिमिलपाल भितरु पळेला तार सिमती स्पेसिफिक किछि एबे नाही जे जोंडा नेकी से बाहर ताकू कमर्शियल यूज कला तार बेनिफिट आमर सिमिलपाल भितर बा सिमिलपाल एडजनिंग जो कम्युनिटी अच्छा पाइले कि तेणु तार बेनिफिट शेयरिंग हो पारला नहीं तार बेनिफिट शेयरिंग पाई लो रेगुलेशन ये बीएमसी ही तैयारी करिवो बीएमसी कहबो जे कोन आपण बेनिफिट देबा आपण एमती गोटे किलो 10 टका 20 टका किणी के नेकी जाई परिबे नाही तार आपण को शेयरिंग दवा पई पड़िबो आपण जदी ताको नेकी 100 टका किलो रे बिकुचंदी हमको 20% कि 30% आपण बेनिफिट शेयरिंग करिवे कम्युनिटी को दैट विल बी कोन होबो
एवं सिमिलपाल भितर उपरे सेतबे किति गुडा लेखा होतला एवं जेटा ऑल इंडिया रेडियो ब्रॉडकास्ट होतला तार शीर्षक तला मु सिमिलपाल कहूची से सिमिलपाल कहूची प्रसंग रे गवेषणा करिया पई हमको पठाइतला एवं मु तीनोटी स्क्रिप्ट से भितर देइथिली जेटा कि आकाशवाणी तरफ प्रसारित हेतला एवं सेते बेले एटा को मु 2004-5 मसियार कथा कहूची बेसी दिनर कथा नुहे एवं तापरे आपणकर से 2003 रे आउ एक भल सुमर प्रथम करी सिमिलपाल बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व तरफ इको टूरिस्ट मानकर गाइड ट्रेनिंग गोटे अनुष्ठित है सेते बेले शिक्षा विभाग तरफ मो नाम को चयन कराइतला एवं मो इको टूरिस्ट गाइड ट्रेनिंग नेवा अवसर में केते जन विशिष्ट लोक मानकर संस्पर्श रे आसीबार सौभाग्य लाभ करथिली सेमानक भितरे डॉक्टर देवव्रत स्वाई सर डॉक्टर एलके सिंह सर एवं सेते बेले आमर अमिताभ ब्रह्मा थिले विजय कुमार परिड़ा थिले ए माने बाहर आपनकर आरएमसी जेटा रीजनल मैनेजमेंट कॉलेज रही भुवनेश्वर तांकर केते जण इको टूरिस्ट गाइड प्रोफेसर केते जण थिले एवं सिमिलीपाल भितरे किछि दिन मते रहिबार सुयोग मिलिथिला एवं विभिन्न जगह जे सिमिलीपाल जो बाहर जो माने गाइड माने आमर आसुंती विजिटर्स माने तांको किभଳି भाबरे विभिन्न जगह नहीं कि देखा एवं सिमिलीपाल विशेषत्व उपर कहवा ए गोटे सुयोग दिया होता एवं ता सहित ये जो व्याघ्र गणन 2009 मसीहार कथा कहूँ मो मोर अनुभूतिटा कहला परे तार अतीतटा वर्तमान भविष्यटा आपन को कंपेयर करी 2009 मसीह एवं जो आपंकर गत जून मास 16 तारिख रे जो गुड़ी करागला जहाँ को आपंकर मैथ्यू हांसदा सी आम ग्रुप रे थिले एवं जोड़ापाल रे आम से कैंप थिला ए जो बाघ गणना बेले तो आम 10 दिन से भितर थिले एवं बाघ गणनार मु तो बाघ गणनार एक्सपर्ट नुहे किंतु मोर गोटे अनुभूति नबार भितर रहीकि सिमिलीपाल विभिन्न अंचल को जीवा तांको संगे रहिबा डॉक्टर सुष्टिधर राउत सर एठार उपस्थित अछंती से ग्रुप रे जाइथिले एवं यूनिवर्सिटी पिलामान को मध्य से लेके जाइथिले 2006 मसीह से जाइथिले तो अतीत जो थिला सिमिलीपाल अवस्था डॉक्टर अरविंद बेहरा जेते बेले आपनकर फॉरेस्ट सेक्रेटरी थिले तांकर एटा विशेष अवदान थिला 2011 मसीह मध्य से यूनिवर्सिटी रे गोटे बड़ प्रोग्राम रखिथिले आपनकर लाइवलीहुड उपरे तो ये सिमिलीपाल चारिपटे जो रही स्कूल गुड़ाक से स्कूल गुड़ाक किभଳି भाବରେ इको क्लबर प्रचार प्रसार करा जाय परिबो एवं तार मध्य केवल गोटे मात्र उद्देश्य थिला जे सिमिलीपाल भितरे एवं बाहरे जो पिला माने पाठ पढ़ुछंती सेमान को जदि सिमिलीपाल उपरे विशेष ज्ञान दिया जाए सिमिलीपाल प्रति गोटे भल पाइबा जागृत करा जाए तेबे बड़ हेले से माने आ सिमिलीपाल डिस्ट्रक्शन करिवे नाही तो एइभଳି आपनकर दीर्घ 20-30 वर्षर अनुभूतिर कथा मु कहिबी जे वर्तमान सिमिलीपाल अवस्था मो प्रशिक्षण नेबा बेले जहाँ जानीपारि जे वर्तमान सिमिलीपाल अवस्था अति सांघातिक अवस्था अच्छी कौन सांघातिक अवस्था अच्छी ना सेतेबेले आपणकर जेतेबेले जाइथिले आमे 2003 रे सेतेबेले आपणकर माने लोक संख्या एते गाँ नथिला सेतेबेले आपणकर यूपी स्कूल पर्यंत सेठी थिला वर्तमान तेबे आपणकर कंजर्वेशन जो लॉ रही है ठीक भाव में इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हो ना जदि इम्प्लीमेंटेशन नहीं था तेबे सिमिलीपाल जो अवस्था माने वर्तमान अच्छी से भली हो ना आपण मैंने देखते नियमित भाव में वर्तमान सिमिलीपाल चारिपटे डिपार्टमेंट तरफ कहा कहा घरे बंदूक अच्छी सेटा को वर्तमान आप कलेक्शन करा जाउची केबे आप जानुआरी आपनकर जून मास 16 तारिख रे जो माथी को शूट करागला आप जो मारिले तांकू शूट करागला आप जो मारिले तांकू ता परवर्ती समय डिपार्टमेंट रो गुटे परवर्ती समय डिपार्टमेंट रो गुटे माने नजर को आसला नहीं वर्तमान चाहूची देखो यहाँ आमर पिला माने यूनिवर्सिटी को आसते जिते बड़े आपंकर प्रोफेसर चांद थिले या पूर्व जो दुईटा होता आप सेमिनार आम विश्वविद्यालय परिसर में से मैंने कल्चरल प्रोग्राम परिवेशन करते प्रोफेसर एस के दत्त सार से छिड़ा होती आपने देखूँ से पिला माने एभलिया केवल विश्वविद्यालय ने जो स्कूल जो सिमिलीपाल चारिपटे जो गाँ रही से गाँ मान को जाइकी तो स्कूल पिला सहित ग्रामवासी मान को एभलिया सचेतन कराती तापरे एटा द्वितीय आमर नहीं चलतु देखो तो स्कूल सिमिलीपाल कड़े जो स्कूल रही आमर से पिला को लेकिन आम रविवार छुट्टी दिन मानक कौन एक ओकेजन गाँव में कड़ कड़ सिमिलीपाल कड़ गाँ गुड़ाक आम लोक मान भितर गोटे सचेतनता सृष्टि करूँ सिमिलीपालटा आम केते गुरुत्वपूर्ण एवं से प्रति जो ओकेजनाल आपंकर रही विश्व परिवेश दिवस विश्व वन दिवस विश्व जनसंख्या नियंत्रण दिवस यही दिवस गुड़िक विशेषकर से गुड़ाक आपंकर परिवेषण कर देखो एटा मु जो ये थी आपंकर पाठशाणीपुर हाईस्कल एटा पाठशाणीपुर गाँव गोटे दृश्य जो गाँव में मु जो स्कूल पाठ पढ़ाऊली से स्कूल पिला माने अछंती एवं किसी अभिभावक अछंती से अंचल किभली लोक मान भितर सिमिलीपाल प्रति गोटे अनुराग भल पाइबा सृष्टि करा जाय परिबो सेतपय एटाक ଆୟୋଜନ କରାହେଇଥିଲା। ସାର୍ ଶେଷରେ ମୁଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ମୋ ଦ୍ୱାରା ରଚିତ ଗୋଟିଏ ଶିମିଳିପାଳ ଉପରେ ଗୀତଟା ସାର୍ ଗୋଟିଏ ମିନିଟ୍ର ମୁଁ ପରିବେଷଣ କରୁଛି। ଦେଖିପାରିଲେ ସାର୍ ସାର୍ ଏଇଟା ଆମର ଏଇ ବିଶ୍ୱବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟରେ ପରିବେଷଣ କରାହେଇଥିଲା। ଶିମିଳିପାଳ ଉପରେ ଯେଟା ଅଛି बहुत धन्यवाद जहाँ विश्वविद्यालय मत निमंत्रण करी आज सुजोग प्रदान करिथिबारु मो तांकर निकटरे कृतज्ञता ज्ञापन करुछि एवं आपण मानक सूचना पाई एई भलिया शताधिक गीत मु रचना करिकि आपनक रेकर्डिंग करिछि परवर्ती समय रे सुजोग पाइले सेगुडा को आपण मानक निकट उपस्थापन करिवि। धन्यवाद प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर दत्त सर आपण मते 2 मिनिट सुजोग दैथिबारु धन्यवाद।
Hello. Now I would request Professor Datta to felicitate the speakers of this session. I would like to invite Santosh Kumar Mahanti. Santosh Kumar Mahanti, please come up to the stage. I would request Professor Datta to felicitate Santosh Kumar Mahanti. Next, I would invite Mr. Samir Kumar Sahu to please come up to the stage. I request Mr. Tushar Kanta Behra. Mr. Tushar Kanta Behra. I request Mr. Ramakanta Mahanta to come up to the stage. Thank you, Professor Datta, for chairing the session. Now we have come to the end of this technical session of the second day. Now I would request everyone to proceed for lunch. The students are requested to proceed for lunch at the back side of the 200-seated annex hall. The guests and the faculty members, they are requested to proceed to the front of the convention hall for lunch. Thank you. We will join after half an hour for the technical session, for the last technical session, where there will be oral presentation by the participants. There are 8 oral presentations. If somebody else wants to present, kindly give your names. So the oral presentations would be by Rachita Mahanta, Debismita Sahu, Devendra Kumar Hembram, Manu Naik, Vijayananda Sahu, Prakash Kumar Barik, Rajesh Kumar Rautrai and Vishwajit Sarangi. If anyone else wants to do the oral presentation, they can give their names. This will be followed by a talk by Professor H.N. Thatoi, and then we will conclude with the valedictory session. So kindly proceed for lunch and join in by 3 o'clock. Thank you. Hello. Welcome back again to the final session of the National Conference on Past, Present and Future of Similipal, organized by Center for Similipal Studies, MSCB University, Baripada. In the last technical session, we will have an invited talk by Professor H.N. Thatoi, Coordinator IDP of MSCB University Biotechnology. I request Dr. Biswajit Rath, Associate Professor, Biotechnology, to give a brief introduction about Professor Thatoi. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, all the delegates and students. So in the afternoon technical session, our distinguished speaker is Professor Hrudayanath Thatoi, Biotechnology. He did his PhD from Utkal University. He is a hardcore researcher, which is reflected from his publications. He has more than 320 publications in different reputed, referred, high-impact journals. He has published more than 25 books from good publishers. He has also handled many national and international projects, many MOUs and collaborations is under his supervision. He has guided more than 20 PhD scholars, 10 MPhil students. He has, prior to joining Maharaja Sriram Chandra Bhanjadeo University, he was heading the Department of Biotechnology at College of Engineering and Technology, Bhubaneswar. So, with this brief introduction, now I request Professor Thatoi to deliver his talk.
Hello. 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 Pointer. Hello. I am audible? Huh? Eta koti ki? Kuta.
Forward sir, eta forward, eta backward.
The light. Switch off the light.
ऊपर डिस्प्ले हो क्या आसो लेजर एटा लेजर आसो ए डेटा होची लेफ्ट राइट
लेफ्ट रे इसका लेफ्ट काम करनो रे इसी दूर हेलो Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, my dear colleagues from various departments and dear students. I am happy to present my topic on a very important area of research on Similipal. I am thankful to Dr. B. Ratha for introducing myself. So he told so many publications, so many books, but these are not all for which I should give full credit. Whatever we do in collaboration with our students. Students learn on the process of doing with the professors or their supervisors. So I am very much thankful to all my students who have contributed to me immensely for the projects or for the PhD programs or any kind of research activities along with me. I am just a supervisor, but hard work are done by the students, so credit should be to the students. So friends, we all discussed during last 2 days on a very important aspect of Similipal, that is the biodiversity, its conservation. Well, we stressed upon the biodiversity of plants, animals and the participation of local people. Okay. But we have not touched the biodiversity of microorganisms or other than plant and animals. So here is a attempt by me to study the mushrooms. Mushrooms, as you know, it is either macro mushroom or micro mushroom. So I am not going to talk to you on micro mushroom, but on macro mushrooms, which are macro fungi, that is, which are mushrooms. Mushroom, the Similipal, you can say, is the hub for the mushrooms, but we have not explored. I am the first person to start working on mushroom in late 2010. I had a project on DST government of Odisha, where I started my work on mushrooms. So I will be going to show you some interesting pictures or photographs so that you will be happy and you will also encouraged and motivated to work further in this line. Can you have switch up some more lights here? Volunteers, please switch up some more lights here. These are not very much audible. So here you can see the first slide itself. I have shown you a Ganoderma species. It is a very big mushroom in Similipal. Well, I have come across the Similipal, I found this mushroom. It's growing very well on dead plants. So this is another mushroom, this is called parabon mushroom, Termitomyces hemi. So this is profusely produced in Similipal in termite nests. Next slide. So Similipal, I need not have to say the beauty of the Similipal because of forests, plants, animals, and orchids is very important and beautiful flowers, and the nature itself. You can see okay, sorry. We are having some problem. Next, Asun. Next one. So, biological, next, previous one. Biological diversity of mushroom is previous one. Biological diversity of Similipal is very rich, and the plant and animal, all those have been discussed, but you look at the third one, the mushrooms. So far we have published 82 different species of mushrooms from Similipal so far, publications, but this number has now increased to more than 100, more than 120 we have added some 40 species more to that. I have started working on Similipal in collaboration with certain some universities and institutes, and among them Dr. Swet Komal who is the director of the Mushroom Research Institute at present, and M. Kumar, Christian College of Madras, and Professor Krishnandu Acharya, Calcutta University, and Professor Kabirasan from University of Madras. They were my collaborators. We need their input for identification and any other studies related to the mushrooms, like bioactivity studies, DNA isolation, you can say the bioactivity like antioxidant, antimicrobial, anti-cancer studies, all those programs, and purification of molecules. And 3 of my students were working on Similipal. They are one of my first PhD student is Samir Kumar Singh Dev Sachan. Now he is a lead scientist at Torrent Pharmaceuticals, Ahmedabad. And another is Mrunmoy Kumar Panda, who was a postdoctorate fellow at University of Newark, USA. And one more student I have taken 1 year only. So she is now working on Similipal. She is none other than the Supriya Kulkarni. Next slide, please. So friends, I have just trying to impress you how the mushrooms are available, how we collect, how we make field visits to the deep forest, and we collect them with help, collect them ourselves, and then preserve it. Okay, so here you can say this is the picture. It's a very important mushroom which we call Tormitomyces, which we call the Tormitomyces hemi. So which is called the Tormitomyces hemi. Previous one, please. Tormitomyces hemi. This is Parbon Chotu. Why it is called Parbon? Because it comes, it appears or blooms in the forest during the parvas, mostly during Ganesh Puja, then Durga Puja, Kali Puja, and Kartika Purnima. All those, it comes is a set. In one set, second set, third set, minimum 4-5 set it will come in a year. It comes up very huge quantities. And you can see the market is flooded with this Parbon Chotu, but the cost of the Parbon Chotu is very, very high, around 4 to 500 kg per kg. And we have made an estimate that in and around 100 quintal of mushrooms are being harvested every year by the local people and the tribals. And if we estimate the cost, the economic value of this mushroom is alone 1 crore rupees. That means they do not collect 1 crore, but the value is 1 crore, because 40% around they sell, but 60% they consume. Almost all the families around the Similipal forest, they consume this mushroom, very tasty and very demanded. This mushroom is very demanded. Apart from these mushrooms, there are some other mushrooms. They come, some comes on the soil itself, some on dead wood, log, some on grasses. Even some mushrooms they appear on the insect. Dead insect also, they come on the grasses, they come on the beside the lakes, beside the streams. So mushroom habitats are different. So you have to select the mushrooms, or you should have that experience where mushrooms are available. Even there are microscopic. So mushrooms are microscopic mushrooms are there, macroscopic mushrooms are there. So big mushrooms, small mushrooms. So you should have a very researcher eye, so identify them and pick up them. So we visited several places, and when we come across certain mushrooms, we collect them. Even the local people, you can see here, a local people, he has collected mushrooms. So we are examining them and we are connecting these samples. We take to the laboratory, we dry it, and then we perform the laboratory investigations. So I am sure that many mushrooms are not edible. So mushrooms, the wild mushrooms can be categorized edible mushrooms, non-edible mushrooms. Here some species you can see mushroom species which are not edible. Okay. So not edible at all. So those mushrooms are of different species. Basidiomycetes or Ascomycetes belong to the genera of Ascomycetes and Basidiomycetes. Next. Next slide. So you can see such beautiful mushrooms, Pinoporus. That is such a wood mushroom. It is coming on the wood, very colorful, and you can see the grassland itself. We are examining along with the grass, small mushrooms, very small mushrooms are there. So when we collect the mushrooms, we examine them. We take their photograph on the graph paper itself. We may take the measurements. We make the sections. So all kinds of investigation we do because we need to identify them. So morphologically we have to identify them. Next. So you can see a very beautiful mushroom here, bird nest mushroom. So I have visited inside the forest and I have seen in a certain place. I am not going to disclose the place, but this is very beautiful mushroom, bird nest mushroom. Then you can see the Microporus xanthopus, then Microporus, then Dactyopinax. So then Porodidalia. So you see the various kind, various structure, various color, various shape, size mushrooms are available. Next. So these are Microporus. Microporus are many. You can see we have given many Microsporus. They are the wood-loving fungus or wood-lovers mushrooms. Then the Rossula rosea. Then Rossula species is very important because Rossula having so many species, various color, yellow color, red color, pink color, jamun color and black color. So all the Rossula species are commonly called as Patra Chatu by local people. So all the Rossula people except one or two, all are edible and they are very tasty. So local people, they collect Rossula varieties and they this one Rossula. So next please. So this is, you can see white Rossula, previous one. This one is a white Rossula. Then there are also Amanitas. This is another pink color, slightly pinkish color. This Rossula rosea, and there are also Amanita species. Maximum Amanita species are poisonous, but some species are also edible. So next. So Marcimium, these are very small mushrooms, but they are very beautiful small mushrooms. They come up on the decaying leaves. So there are also polyporous mushrooms, polyporous, and you can see we have now two species of polyporous, some species of polyporous, then Clavulino species, then Coleitria, then Ganoderma. Ganoderma is a very much medicinal mushroom. Ganoderma is a linji. By linji, it is called linji in Chinese. That from which the medicine, that is the anti-cancer properties and this energetic antimicrobial studies. So plates showing antibacterial activity of the mushrooms. I characterize in different methods are there: HPLC, chromatography, then GCMS, then HPLC. Okay, then we finally identified the compound and gave its structure. We tested and for a clinical test, then it is, if it is found very active desired results are found, then it is commercialized. So this is a very long process of commercialization. Next. So we did some kind of evaluations in the laboratory. So hemolytic study. Next slide. The cytotoxicity studies, so anti-cancer studies. Then compound. Next. This one. The FTIR spectroscopic analysis, where identify the compounds, what compounds present in extract, mushroom extract, so that we can purify it. So FTIR is a very good spectroscopic method where we can detect at least what groups is present, phenolic group or flavonoid or alkaloid, those groups are present, then we can extract it. We can purify it by chromatographic separation method. Then we take it to further studies, further the pure active compound is then further studied in case of the mouse model. So if in mouse it gives a good result, then we try to declare it as a drug. Next slide please. So this is my research group. So this is my research group in my laboratory who were associated with me for last 20 years. They are not with me for 20 years. They taken birth, I think. After that, maybe they are associated with me. Students work under a supervisor, but supervisor also contribute immensely to the career development, to their job security, to their academics pursuit. So for everything, the teacher is responsible. So we do our responsibility satisfactory, then a student can be placed. I am very proud to announce that at present my 6 students, I have did 20 PhDs already completed. Out of them 6 are in abroad. So this is what we do. So many often we do day and night in the laboratory. We spend day and night laboratory, not for ourselves. We do this hard work because for our students. And students also sleep in the night in the laboratory and do the work for themselves and also for the department or for the supervisor and for them. So it is a kind of symbiotic relationship. So we have only one life. Okay, we do not know what was in the past. We do not know what is in the future. But if we have something in our mind, we want to be. Then I think only one thing I learned that in my life, and I have experienced, and I have come to a conclusion that if you will be single-minded for any sort of work, and if you are not achieving the goal, then perhaps you must realize that I have shared my attention to different things, so I am not achieving the goal. So if you want to achieve the goal like the Partha shooting the arrow, only the fish eye is visible. So also you research scholars, only the research will be visible, nothing else. Then success will be in your hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for your excellent talk and your excellent inspirational words for the students. Now I would request you to chair the session. Sir, please, Thatoi sir, please chair the session for oral presentation. We have around 9 oral presentations. Okay, so the time limit is 7 minutes for oral presentation followed by 2 minutes discussion. So I will request the presenters to kindly confine to the time limit because we are already running short of time. So first Presenter will be Prakash Kumar Barik from ActionAid UNICEF.
Please take your time, please. You should, without extension, you will not give any more than 7 minutes time.
সেটা দরকার হবনি, ମୁଁ କହିବି তুমি ক্লিক କରିଦେବ। ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ନମସ୍କାର। ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ନମସ୍କାର। ସର୍ବପ୍ରଥମେ ମୁଁ ମଞ୍ଚାସୀନ ଥାଟୋଇ ସାର୍ଙ୍କୁ ମୋର ପ୍ରଣାମ ଜଣାଉଛି। ତତ୍ସହିତ ଆଜିର ଏହି କକ୍ଷରେ ଉପସ୍ଥିତ ଥିବା ଗବେଷକ, ବିଭିନ୍ନ ବିଶ୍ୱବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟ ମହାବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟରୁ ଆସିଥିବା ପ୍ରାଧ୍ୟାପକ ଅଧ୍ୟାପକ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ମୋର ପ୍ରଣାମ ନମସ୍କାର। ଏବଂ ଆଜିର ଏଇଭଳି ଗୋଟିଏ ସୁଯୋଗ ଦେଇଥିବାରୁ ମୁଁ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ଏ ବିଶ୍ୱବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟ କର୍ତ୍ତୃପକ୍ଷ ଏବଂ ଆଜିର ଏହି କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମକୁ ଯେଉଁମାନେ ଆୟୋଜନ କରିଛନ୍ତି ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କ ନିକଟରେ ପ୍ରଥମରୁ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ ଜଣାଉଛି, କୃତଜ୍ଞତା ଜଣାଉଛି। ସାର୍ ମୂଳରୁ ମୋତେ ସତର୍କ କରିଛନ୍ତି 7 ମିନିଟ୍ ଭିତରେ ମୁଁ ମୋର କଥା କହିବା ପାଇଁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରିବି। 7 ମିନିଟ୍ ଅଛି ମୋ ପାଖରେ 8ଟି ସ୍ଲାଇଡ୍ ଅଛି ଏବଂ ଏଇଠି ଯେଉଁମାନେ ମୋ ସାମ୍ନାରେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ସେଥିରୁ ବିଶେଷ ଭାବରେ 70-80% ଅଛନ୍ତି ଏଇ ବିଶ୍ୱବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟ ବା ଅନ୍ୟ ବିଶ୍ୱବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟରୁ ଆସିଥିବା ଚେଞ୍ଜ ମେକର୍ସ ମାନେ, ଯେଉଁମାନେ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ ଆଣିପାରିବେ ବୋଲି ମୁଁ ବିଶ୍ୱାସ କରୁଛି। ଆଉ ମୋର ଏଇ 7 ମିନିଟ୍ ମୁଁ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ସେଇମାନଙ୍କ ସହିତ ବାଣ୍ଟିବା ପାଇଁ ଚାହିଁବି। ଏଇଠି ମୋ ସାମ୍ନାରେ ଯେଉଁମାନେ ବିଶିଷ୍ଟ ଗବେଷକମାନେ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ବିଭିନ୍ନ କ୍ଷେତ୍ରରେ ଦୀର୍ଘ ବର୍ଷର ଗବେଷଣା ଏବଂ ତାଙ୍କ ନିକଟରେ ଥିବା ତଥ୍ୟକୁ ଆଧାର କରି ଗତକାଲିରୁ ଆଜି ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଯାହା ମୁଁ ଶୁଣିବାକୁ ପାଇଛି ଏବଂ ମୋର ସୀମିତ ଜ୍ଞାନ ଭିତରେ ମୁଁ ଯାହା ବୁଝିବାର ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରିଛି, ସେଥିରେ ଗୋଟେ ମୂଳ ବିଷୟ ଆସିଛି। ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କ କଥା ଭିତରେ ମୂଳ କେନ୍ଦ୍ରବିନ୍ଦୁ ହେଉଛି ଯେଉଁ ଶିମିଳିପାଳକୁ ନେଇ ଆମେ ଗର୍ବ କରୁ, ଯେଉଁ ଶିମିଳିପାଳ ମୟୂରଭଞ୍ଜର ଯେଉଁ ଗର୍ବ ଆଉ ଗୌରବ ବୋଲି ଆମେ ସମସ୍ତେ ବିଶ୍ୱାସ କରୁ ଏବଂ ଆମକୁ ସମଗ୍ର ବିଶ୍ୱରେ ଗୋଟେ ବାସୀ ପରିଚୟ ଆମ ସହିତ ଅଛି, ତାହା ବିପଦରେ ଅଛି ବୋଲି ସମସ୍ତ ଗବେଷକମାନଙ୍କର ମତାମତ ଯାହା ଏପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ କଥାରେ ଆସିଛି। ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ମୁଁ ମଧ୍ୟ ସେଥିରେ ଏକମତ ହେବି ଏବଂ ମୋର ଯାହା ଏ ଆଲୋଚନା ହେଉଛି, ଯଦି ଏହା ବିପଦରେ ଅଛି ତାହେଲେ ଆମକୁ ଗୋଟିଏ ନିରନ୍ତର ବିକାଶର ବିଷୟବସ୍ତୁକୁ ନେଇକି ଆଲୋଚନା କରିବାର ଅଛି, ଯେଉଁ ସଷ୍ଟେନେବଲ୍ ଡେଭଲପମେଣ୍ଟ ଆମେ କହୁଛୁ ବା ନିରନ୍ତର ବିକାଶ ବା ଅବିରତ ବିକାଶ, ନିରବଚ୍ଛିନ୍ନ ବିକାଶର କଥା। ତେଣୁ ନେକ୍ସଟ এইটি মু গোটে মোর সবজেক্ট দিয়েছি সে ইয়েস টু সস্টেনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্ট, কারণ আম পাখে আউ দ্বিতীয় পন্থা না, আমকু এই নিরন্তর বিকাশ লক্ষ্য পাই হ্যাঁ কহিবা পাই পড়িব, কারণ অন্য পন্থা নাই। আমি যদি হ্যাঁ ন কହୁଛୁ তাহলে যে বিপদ কথা সমস্তে আমাকে সতর্ক করে দিয়েছেন, আমি সেইথিরু আগকু বড়ি পারিবা নাই। এইটি মু কেতোটি কথা নিশ্চিত ভাবে যোড়িয়া পাই চাহিবি। যে নিরন্তর বিকাশ কথা আমি কହୁଛୁ এবং এইটি যেতবে পাস্ট প্রেজেন্ট ফিউচর যাহা অতীতরে ঘটি যাইছি সেথিরে আমার কিছু কর্তৃত্ব নাই, কেবল এই গবেষক মানে সেই অভিজ্ঞতাকে আধার করি এই কথা মু অনুভব করছি। আজ যেতবে প্রারম্ভিক সেশনরে জনে সার কହୁଥିଲେ যে আমি যেতবে অন্য জীবজন্তুଙ୍କ সহিত রহুଛୁ আমি কেতে সহনশীল হଉଛୁ, আমি কেতে তাঙ্ক সহিত রহিবার প্রয়াস করছু। আউ যেতবে নিরন্তর বিকাশর কথা আসে সেথিরে যে মূল কথা হচ্ছে যে আমি আজ যে সময়ের বঞ্চুছু আমি কেহি বি কহিপারিবুনি যে বিকাশর নারা বা যে সবুবেলে প্রত্যেক কথারে ডেভেলপমেন্টর কথা আসছে, বিকাশর কথা আসছে, আউ এই যে শতাব্দীরে আমি মানে এইটি অছু আমি এই কথাকু কেহি বাদ দেই পারিবুনি যে আমার বিকাশর আবশ্যক নাহি। আমকু আজ নিশ্চিত ভাবে রাস্তাঘাটর আবশ্যকতা আছে, কম্যুনিকেশনর আবশ্যকতা আছে, আমার ব্যক্তিগত যে আবশ্যকতা সেপাই এইসবু আম পাই বাধ্যবাধকতা। কিন্তু এইটি প্রশ্ন আসুচি যে আমি কেবল নিজের আবশ্যকতা এবং আমি যে সীমিত সময় পাই এই পৃথিবীরে বা এই শিমিলিপাল সহিত আমি জড়িত হইকি আম জীবনরে বঞ্চিবু, সেই সময় ভিতরে আমি এই প্রকৃতি দেইথিবা প্রকৃতি দত্ত যেতে রিসোর্সেস অছি সে রিসোর্স কু কোন মন ইচ্ছা ব্যবহার করিবু কি, एठी तेणु मु कहिबा पई चाहिबी जे आज आमे जहाँ भी करूचु यह कौन सब ठीक कि आमे जो रास्ता रे जाउचु से रास्ता ठीक कि आज कौन प्रकृत रे आम शिमिलीपाल विपद रे अछि कि निश्चित भाव रे एठी आम भितर जो माने ए कक्ष रे अछंती विशेष भाव रे ए युव समाज जो माने चेंज मेकर्स जो माने परिवर्तन आनिबे बोली मु आशा करूची सेमानक भितरु अधिकांश येस बोली कहिबे जे आमे ठीक पथरे नाहू आउ किछि ना बोली कहि पारंती। नेक्स्ट एठी से शब्द सस्टेनेबिलिटी रो कथा आछी जो निरंतर विकास रो कथा आछी जे आमे आज जो भली रिसोर्स को नेचुरल रिसोर्स को व्यवहार करूचु सेथिरे गोटे प्रश्नवाची अच्छी जे यही भली व्यवहार द्वारा आमे ताकू नष्ट करूनु तो तेणु ये जो आमर आगामी पीढ़ी आसुचंती तांको पई आमे किछि सुरक्षित रखिकी जाउचु कि आम समय अवधि भितरे से समस्त नेचुरल रिसोर्सेस से जैव मंडल जहाँ प्रकृति दत्त एवं हजार हजार वर्ष भितरे आपे आपे तैयारी होइछि। काली जने विशेषज्ञ सार कहउथिले जे आमे केबे भी गोटे जंगल सृष्टि करि परिबुनी आमे केतोटी गछ लगै परिबु सेही कथा को मु उद्धृत करी कहबी जे ताहा निश्चित भाव रे जे आंसर आसुची जे आमे जो काम करूछु ताहा आम आगामी पीढ़ी पाई निश्चित भाव रे विपद आनिबो। नेक्स्ट तेणु ये गोटे शब्द मु लिखिछि जे जुडिशियस यूज जे आमर जेतिकी आवश्यकता अछि एवं आमर आवश्यकता को मध्य आमको सीमित करिया पई हबो जेतेबेले आमे विकास रो परिव्याप्ति करूछु बा तार व्याख्या करूछु सेतिरे आमे केबे भी भूली जिबा उचित नुहे जे आमे जो कार्य करूछु ता आगामी समय रे किभଳି भाबरे रिजल्ट आम पई आणुछि भविष्य पई आणुछि। तेणु आमको व्यवहार करिया पई यूज क्रिएट एंड प्रिजर्व आमे व्यवहार करिबा किछि तयारी करिबा एवं किछि संरक्षण करिबा आगामी दिन पई सेही भली जेतेबेले आमे कहूछु सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट कथा सेथिरे तीनोटी मूल बिंदु 3 एरियाज इट हेल्प्स इंप्रूविंग द क्वालिटी ऑफ आवर लाइव्स प्रोटेक्ट्स आवर एनवायरनमेंट एंड सेफगार्ड्स नेचुरल रिसोर्सेस फॉर फ्यूचर जनरेशन। निश्चित भाव में आमे ए प्रकृति दत्त जिनिस को व्यवहार करिबा किंतु से माध्यम दे कि आमे आमर शिमिलीपाल को केबे भी नष्ट करि परिबु नाही से अधिकार आमर नाही। से भली जेतेबेले आमे निरंतर विकास कथा कहू सेतेबेले चारोटी मुख्य स्तंभ आसे सेतेबेले ह्यूमन माने आमे माने समस्ते ता सहित सामाजिक कथा एंथ्रोपोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट सार आज निश्चित भाव में कहते कि भली अनुसूचित जाति जनजाति जो माने जंगल भितर रही तांकर जीवन धारा तांकर ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज ये सब किभली भाव में आम पाई काम दब आम सामाजिक व्यवस्था ये इकोनॉमिक्स रो छात्र छात्री माने अछंती ए काली विशेषज्ञ जने कहउथिले
प्लीज कंक्लूड विद इन 1 मिनिट
आउ गोटे मिनिट सर तेणु किभली भाव में ताहा आमर अर्थनीति सहित जड़ित अच्छी एवं परिशेष में आमर परिवेश सहित तेणु ये सब जो सस्टेनेबिलिटी कथा कहूँ ए 4-5टी मुख्य कथा अच्छी पॉलिसीज जेतेबेले आमर देश बा आमर राज्य बा आमर सरकार विभिन्न क्षेत्र में आम जो पॉलिसी तैयारी करुछु से पॉलिसी को किभली भाव में इन्फ्लुएंस करुछु आ विशेष भाव में कालीठू आज पर्यंत जो गवेषक माने तांकर ज्ञान बा तांकर जो एते वर्षर गवेषणा रखिथिले निश्चित भाव में पॉलिसी मेकर्स माननकु ता हेल्प करिवो। कमिटमेंट्स आमे गोटे जो स्वप्न देखुछु ताको साकार करिया पई केते दृढ़ता अछि ता प्रति केते कमिटमेंट अछि तापर हूँ किभली भाव में कार्यक्रम हो आज केते जण कहते आम जो प्रोजेक्ट प्रपोजाल करुचु किभली भाव में आम से कार्यर जो रूपरेख प्रस्तुत करुचु ताहा किभली होबार अछि एवं इनिशिएटिव्स एंड एक्शंस आम कौ भली उद्यम करुचु एंड फाइनाली द एक्शंस सेइथिपाई मु प्रथम रु कहितली जे मु सीधा सलग पिला मानक सहित बा छात्र छात्री मानक सहित मु कम्युनिकेट करिया पई चाहूची कारण फाइनाली जो आवर एक्शंस अछि सेइटा सबुठु गुरुत्वपूर्ण से सबू भितर गोटे समन्वय दरकार अच्छी इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ एनवायरनमेंट केयर एंड सोशल वेलबिंग। नेक्स्ट मिलित जातिसंघर जहाँ सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट को लेकिन दृष्टिभंगी अच्छी से कथा मुझे रखापी चाहिए ये समय स्वल्पता अच्छी। नेक्स्ट एठी जो ये झीर हस देखुंत आउ चारि पाखरे जो कलर देखुंत आपण माने जदि समस्ते अवगत थे 2015 मसीह समग्र विश्ववासी सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स रो स्वप्न देखिचंती आउ जो 17टी गोल्स से माने फिक्स करिचंती जो एवं 2030 मसिया सुधा ता हासिल करिवार लक्ष्य रखाइछि। एठी मु निश्चित भाव रे गोटे रिक्वेस्ट करिबि हमर विश्वविद्यालय रो पदाधिकारी माननकु जेहेतु विभिन्न विभाग मध्य अछंती एवं आंतर्जातिक स्तर रे ए विषय को नहीं कि जेहेतु बहुत चर्चा चलती आमे मध्य जदि किछि प्रयास करि परिबा सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स रे जो 17टी कथा कहैछि मु एठी टिके चेक करूथली पाखापाखी 11 12 13
I have completed my PhD from this university, but I have deep interest in environment and Similipal also, as it is my own district. मोर ही भंज भूमि मोर महाराजा जन्मे जन्मे ए दुही को करुथिबी मो पूजा देखो रे पूर्व नभे उई आसुची सूर्य दमम दमम मादल बाजे गर्जी उठे तुर्य कर्म आगे आगे चल रे अग्र भागे सेवा धर्म मर्म जागे रक्त लागे ताजा मोर ही भंज भूमि मोर महाराजा। कांत कवि लक्ष्मीकांत महापात्र द्वारा लिखित यह थिला आम मयूरभंजर तत्कालीन जातीय संगीत जहाँ को समस्त मयूरभंजिया हयतो आम जानिथिबु। आज जो टॉपिक जो आम रही सिमिलीपाल इट्स पास्ट प्रेजेंट एंड फ्यूचर। सिमिलीपाल जदि आम पास्ट कथा चिंता करने जावा ताले कौ पास्ट कथा आम कहूँ एनसीएंट पास्ट जो पद्मश्री परमानंद आचार्य से जो आर्कियोलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया रे काम कला बेले पाददेश रे बहु पुरातन पेलियोलिथिक अर्थात पुरातन प्रस्तर युग एवं नूतन प्रस्तर युगर विभिन्न सामग्री सब मिली जहाँ प्रमाणित करुच्ची जे एठारे मनीष माने बहु पुरातन युगरू बास कर आसुचंती। जदि आमे किछि अल्प पास्ट को जीवा तेबे आमे लक्ष्य करिबा जे एठारे विभिन्न राजा महाराजा माने गढ़ी उठी एठी थिले एवं से माने बहु समय रे तार कोन सिमिलीपाल सुरक्षा पाई चेष्टा करुथिले। किंतु आमे जदि देखिबा आमे वी आर प्राउड दैट आमर एठी कोन गोटे ट्रेनटा 1905 मसिया रे चलीथिला किंतु 1920 मसिया बेलकू जो ट्रेनटा चलिला से ट्रेनटा चलितला तालबंद रु रूपसा पर्यंत। तालबंद होची गोटे जनमानव शून्य इलाका बहुत कम लोक से बास करुले। तेरे ट्रेनटा कौन पर चला जाइथिला? ट्रेन चलैबार मुख्य लक्ष्य थिला जे लोग सप्लाई करवा। सिमिलीपाल डिस्ट्रक्शन जदि मु कहबी सिस्टमेटिक डिस्ट्रक्शंस से दिन प्राय आरंभ होइछि मु कहबी एवं से जो विभिन्न लॉग्स विभिन्न वन्यजात द्रव्य आम विभिन्न स्थान को रप्तानी कलु तार लोलुप दृष्टि विश्वर लोलुप दृष्टि सिमिलीपाल उपरे पड़िला। आम कौन कलु विभिन्न वन्यजात द्रव्य को विभिन्न जगह को आम रप्तानी कलु। तेरे यह आमर रिसेंट हिस्ट्री कथा कहूँ इफ आई विल टॉक अबाउट द प्रेजेंट सिचुएशन वर्तमान कथा एज ए स्टूडेंट्स ऑफ केमिस्ट्री विभिन्न मिनरल्स ओर्स सिमिलीपाल मिली थाए एवं से ताहार एक्सट्राक्शन पाई और तार से गुड़ा आम सप्लाई करने आज जदि आप जी मुझे सुलेपाट गोरुमईसाणी सब हिलटॉप को जाइए आप जी से ऊपर को आप माने चिंता करेंगे मुंडे हाथ दे बसवे बड़ बड़ जमी शिरोच्छेद होती सब जे सब पहाड़ गुड़ाक अच्छे से काटी दि जाए सब डीप हो जाए पहाड़ ना से जो ये माने विभिन्न जो लुहापथर उत्तोलन गलापर से फिलिंग है सेमती आप चतुष्पार्श को आप लक्ष्य करेंगे सिमिलीपाल चतुष्पार्श मुझे सबुआड़े प्राय जाइए पूरा एरियाटा बुली बुल्ला पर मुझे लक्ष्य कर भिन्न भिन्न स्थान में कौन क्रसर सब सृष्टि होती जोड़कार पथर गुड़ाक सब किसी इलिगाल किसी लिगाल जहाँ भी हो से पथर गुड़ाक काटी काटी चली माने सप्लाई कर चलती सब बेले जहाँफल आम कह कौन एत बड़े पहाड़ गुड़ाक काटिकी कौन सफा करवा संभव हो निश्चय संभव हम हे तो 100 वर्ष लगिपे कि आम जो सब जो सिमिलीपाल देखुचे सिमिलीपाल को डिस्ट्रॉय करने यह एक षड्यंत्र आम समस्त को सजग हवार आवश्यकता अच्छी। तेबे विभिन्न किसी वन्य कर्मचारी इंटरव्यू नौली से कहले कौन शिकारटा किए करुच्ची कहीं केमी करें तुम सब तो अच्छे चली केमी प्रकृत में जो घंच जंगल अच्छी आज साधारण वन्य कर्मचारी मैंने जापारना कहुचे शिकारी मैंने से सेटल हो जाती अर्थात जो पथर अच्छी घर अच्छी गुंफा अच्छी से गुंफार जा बण जंगल जंतु सब शिकार करके खाऊँ पीऊँ रोच एवं जिते दरकार पड़ी गोटे भल शिकार आसीगला से नियर बाय विलेज जो अच्छी से सप्लाई कर भीतर को आमको डीप को जीवार अच्छी एवं से को खोजिकी बाहर करवा इट इज भेरी माने टू डिफिकल्ट पाठ मु देवस्थली अर्थात कोर एरिया को जीवार सुजोग पाई जदि मुझे फ्यूचर कथा कहूँ प्रोजेक्ट कथा कहूँ आम बेले बेले जो निराश हो जाऊ जे एबे शिमिलीपाल किसी ना जो सार कहते ना बहुत कम एरिया जो बफर एरिया सी एरिया सो इट्स टाइम आम आमको कौन करार अच्छे फ्यूचर कौन जदि आम सजग न हवा जो विश्वविद्यालय जो उद्यम कर निश्चय यह प्रशंसयोग्य उद्यम सर एबार हबार आवश्यकता अच्छी जदि आम जदि न करूँ कौन हम ना नियर फ्यूचर फ्यूचर जो आसो शिमिलीपाल बोली गोटे ना नथिबो इट विल एफेक्ट आवर एनवायरनमेंट इट विल एफेक्ट आवर इकोसिस्टम्स अब जो वर्षा बहुल जगह बोली कहूँ मयूरभंज जो बेसिकाली आपंकर जो बांगरीपसी सारसकणा सामाखुंटेज जो वर्षा होटा नुहे बर चारिआडे जो अप टू मैं गांगेटिक प्लेन पर्यंत जो वर्षा हो पाणीपाग रही तार परिवर्तन घटो तेणुक आमको सजग हबार अच्छी समस्त को साइंटिस्ट मानक विभिन्न स्कूल जो अवेयरनेस कैंपेन मध्यम माने आमको अवेयर हबार अच्छी और तार प्रोटेक्शन माने गछ बंचो पहाड़ बंचो जीवजंतु बंचे गछलता बंचे तेबे शिमिलीपाल बंचो किसी कहबार सुजोग दे अनुष्ठान ऑर्गेनाइजर को बहुत धन्यवाद ज्ञापन करुच्ची धन्यवाद
थैंक यू डॉक्टर सरोज नायक नेक्स्ट आई रिक्वेस्ट डॉक्टर राजेश कुमार राउतराय लेक्चर इन MPCB RDS डिग्री कॉलेज कुंडाबाई Mr. Rajesh Kumar Rautrai. Next, I request I will read out the names of the students. They should give their presentation to the computer person. Rachita Mohanto, Devasmita Sahu, देवेंद्र कुमार हेम्ब्रम मनु नायक विजयानंद साहू and Biswajit persons. To delay we can start the presentation. I request now Mr. Biswajit Mr. Rajesh Kumar Rautrai for presentation.
Good afternoon everybody. It's a great privilege for me that I am going to give my oral presentation in front of so many national and international figures of this.
In forest area of Mayurbhanj, Keonjhar, Sundargarh and Baleshwar district of northern east Odisha. In Mayurbhanj they are mainly found in around the Similipal biosphere reserve. After the declaration of a national park of wildlife sanctuary in 1958 and tiger reserve in 1973, restrictions have been imposed on the collection of minor forest products in reserve forest area and hunting have been strictly prohibited. Both the reserve and protected forest and the hill areas are one of the victims of that. The location of this village is Bodbuda Sahi of village Alhapani under Manda Gram Panchayat of Biswai block Mayurbhanj district. In this small village live Hilpharia peoples. There are lived since last 4 generations in this village. 25 to 30 families live in the village. Mostly their houses pattern are located unilinear on the one side of the road. Small single round kacha or the mud house roofed with earthen tiles. Small extension of house with the either mud walls or wooden walls of sheltering domestic animals. This is the picture of all that houses. Next please. Their subsistence pattern is they are fully dependent on the forest products like fruits, roots, mushrooms and all the herbal products and honeys. And also they are collected woods for the subsistence. Next. Also they are dependent on the pastoralism or animal husbandry. They keep mostly goats, chickens and cows. Around 500 goats and 300 chicken and almost 50 cows are kept by the villagers. In every houses there are 30 to 40 goats and 20 to 25 chickens. They keep goats chicken for sales. And cows are for farming. Their economic status is very poor. More percentage of the population is concentrated on
Please
very poor
conclude within 1 minute.
category. Hence, an integrated approach all this sector is the need of the hour for all around development of district. This recommendation is to reduce the higher concentration of rural poverty. Adequate funds should be diverted to the rural development programs by modify the loopholes and problems that are associated with the presently functioning rural development programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachita Mohanto. Timely finishing. Only one question I can invite. One question. If anybody want one question. Yes. What is the significance of your work?
Mostly in this village we go, they are actually suffering from the economic problems. They also they told that they are facing the challenges of something development programs. They could not have drinking waters, schools, hospitals.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Next I will Devasmita Sahu, PG Department of ATS. And the you have a presentation? Okay.
Good afternoon everyone. My name is Devasmita Sahu from ATS Department, Maharaja Sriram Bhanjadeo University. So today my topic is Hindu mythology and Similipal Biosphere Reserve, a natural, cultural and religious tourism perspective. Introduction. So, Mayurbhanj district of northern Odisha possesses both of the hinterland and coastal plains, which makes it very rich in place in archaeological, cultural and religious and natural resources. And it is one of the best tourist destinations of Eastern India. It is blessed with rich tribal folk and cultural heritage, art and crafts, lush green vegetations and different fauna, tangible and intangible cultures, heritage. It is including the world famous chow dance and Zumar songs, and it rich natural heritage that attracts tourists from the both inland and abroad. The Similipal Biosphere Reserve is located at the heart of the district and attracts nature lovers from around the world and its nature beauty, wildlife. Next slide. Next. So Sitakund, the Sitakund waterfall is one of the another outside attraction to this place of Similipal Biosphere Reserve located at Mayurbhanj district. Associated with mythological stories, Sitakund, it is said that the goddess Sita rested here for a few days during the exile, so the place of the name Sitakund after her. Lord Hanuman is worshipped in a small cave near at the waterfall. Next slide. Ramtirtha is located near Similipal Biosphere Reserve close to Jasipur town of Mayurbhanj. Mythological story of Ramtirtha is during the days Tretaya Yuga, Lord Sriram along with the Devi Sita and brother Lakshman passed through the forest of Similipal, where due to tiredness of Sita sat on the plateau for a while and she washed her face and the feet in the river of the cross of Pinnath. Next slide. Bhimkund waterfall in Keonjhar has a stunning spectacular natural movement and encircled with lush green forest. Mythological history of Bhimkund. The story behind of the formation this Bhimkund is related with the time of Mahabharata, when Bhim created this kund as Pandava tied with the very under the hot scorching Surya. Draupadi and Pandavas fainted of thirst. Bhim, the strongest of the 5 brothers, hit the ground with his gada. Next. Devkund or Devakund is naturally created pond located with the Mayurbhanj district of Odisha, India, and this part is part of the Similipal National Park. Mythological story of Devkund. Devkund means the bathtub of goddess and goddesses. Next slide. Samiprukhya Hills mythologically sites in the Devala Panchayat, Mayurbhanj, Odisha. Samiprukhya Hills, the most important mythological sites in Devala Panchayat under the Baripada block in the Mayurbhanj region. Mythological history of the Samiprukhya is, as the local says, the 5 Pandavas brothers were hiding with their wives Draupadi below a tree. The tree has become the stone in Kali. Please, next slide. Please do visit the Similipal Biosphere Reserve and the Hub Natural and Cultural Religion Tourist Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I request Devendra Kumar Embrom, PhD, KISS University.
शिक्षा तो टाइम पड़ेगा
Good afternoon, one and all present here. My name is Devendra Kumar Hembram. I am from KISS deemed to be University, Bhubaneswar. My topic is mining activities and its effect on traditional agriculture. A pilot study at Badampahad area in Mayurbhanj district of Odisha. We all know Badampahad is the oldest iron mine in India. Now it is operated by GM Iron and Steel Company Authority of India Limited. Badampahad is the one of tribal dominant area which different tribal people are reside like Ho, Santali, Munda and Hilkharia. Land is their basic asset for their livelihood. But now we see due to mining, there's so many area of in the mining, their land are affected through the mining. So my objective is to understand the socio-economic condition or their livelihood condition of the Badampahad area. Then second objective is to find out the mining impact on that area. Next slide. I use different methods like rapport establishment. That means we make good relationship, good friendship with the people or community. Then case study and interview, then observation. Next, area of the study. The study area was conducted different village of that area like Dhangrimuta, Dudijharan, Aharband, Sanjadanpasi, Talkapokhari, Tinapasi, where most of the people are reside in tribal community and they depend on agricultural activity and daily laborer. Most of the people are affected through mining, like air pollution and land degradation, drinking water pollution. Some people of that area engage many activities, but most of the village people are badly affected due to mining activities. Government make different plan and policy for boosting their agriculture production, but here people are not properly get its benefit. By the mining, people's land are affected and environment also polluted. Therefore, tribal people go through the strike and so many times in this mining area, but not take necessary action for them. Major finding. Most of the tribal people who reside near the mining are mostly affected due to environmental pollution and land degradation. The primary occupation of the Badampad area are agriculture and secondary occupation is mining activities and daily wage laborer. They affected economically badly.
Please conclude within 1 minute.
They affected economically badly as there is less cost and less scope of repair their agricultural land and different disease due to mining activities. These are some photo I take during my file study in the month of November to December in 2022.
Thank you very much. One question, please.
Thank you,
Next,
sir.
Manu Naik, pre-PhD MSc.
Thank you so much.
Next, Vijayananda Sahu, then Biswajit Sarangi. Please load your PPT. Rajesh Kumar Rautrai, is he here? Please come.
बड़ी करो नहीं जैक पे खराब ही बोला
Similipal Biosphere Reserve, Mayurbhanj District, Odisha. Next. As you know, Similipal Biosphere Reserve is the prominent biosphere reserve in India, declared in 1994 by Government of India, which is located in the central region of Mayurbhanj District of Odisha. Similipal Biosphere region is scattered with 5,324 square kilometer with basically three zones, that is a core zone, buffer zone and transitional zones, with numerous valleys, perennial streams, nalas and many prehistoric cultural sites. Similipal comes from the term Simuls, means silk cotton. We go to the topic, my topic. first we know about the what is prehistory. Prehistory is the time period before any historical record begins. In general, prehistory also known as pre-literate history, which is transitional period between the first non-use of stone tools by hominins and the written records. Prehistoric culture is basically divided into three types, that is Paleolithic or Old Stone Age, Mesolithic or Middle Stone Age, and Neolithic or New Stone Age. Next, prehistoric culture of Mayurbhanj. As we know, Mayurbhanj has a vast diversity. So, prehistoric man, basically prehistoric man depends on hunting gatherings. So they are basically dependent on ecological surroundings. Prehistoric men are use very much stone tools for their hunting and gatherings. In Mayurbhanj, Similipal is the vast diversity regions where prehistoric men lived for many years ago, and then they live there and hunt and gather. In Mayurbhanj, there are from lower Paleolithic to Neolithic and also Neo-Chalcolithic sites are found, which includes Kuliana, Kolavadia, Gamta, Rairampur, Josipur, etc. Next. Objective of my study is to study prehistoric cultures and the management of prehistoric cultural resources of Mayurbhanj, especially peripheral regions of Similipal West. Next. This is the prehistoric sites near or periphery of the Similipal region. These sites includes Kuliana, Kalavadia, Josipur. This is the sites of Kuliana, and next is Rairampur. Next. Factors that is naturals and another is man-made or artificials. The natural factors includes natural disasters like flood, drought, and different calamities, and the artificials or man-made factors which includes deforestation, different construction works like dams, house, different projects, etc. Then how we protect our prehistoric sites? This is to protect our prehistoric sites. I follow these points, which includes first we know the value of what is prehistory, and second is what is prehistoric sites, and second is to protect our sites. We create awareness among the peoples and the community that what is the prehistory. First we told him what is the prehistory. Then what is formation of site museum. This is one of the pictures where in a house they worship the stone tools as god. As we know, in this era, people were no longer acquainted or they don't know the value or don't know what is the stone tools. But in a village where we visit, there I saw in a house they worship the stone tools, especially in the same type of tools like they worship only hand axe. As we know, the people were not know what is the stone tools, but it is clear that the prehistoric sites were not considered seriously under the purview of heritage management in Odisha in general and Mayurbhanj in particular. The cultural remains of the past are so valuable that these could not be renewed. The prehistoric sites are mainly found in remote areas and are not easily accessible. In the conclusion, it may be said that the government, both the state and central governments, should come forward to undertake different projects to protect our cultural heritage, especially the prehistoric cultural heritage, which is also our identity.
Thank you very much. One question may be allowed if anyone asks. Otherwise, we will go for the next speaker, Vijayananda Sahu, PhD Department of Biotechnology, MSc University. Vijayananda Sahu.
माइक डाउन कर. Hello. Good afternoon all. Vijayananda Sahu. My topic is distribution of lichens in various floristic zones of Similipal Biosphere Reserve. This work is carried out under guidance of Biswajit Ratha, Associate Professor, Department of Biotechnology. Introduction. As you know, lichen is a self-sustaining organism. It is the combination of algae or cyanobacteria and fungus. The topographical region of Odisha is important for growth of lichens. In lichens, there is many secondary metabolites present such as antimicrobial, antiviral, antioxidant and anti-cancer. This is the at 45 degrees Celsius to 24 to 26 hours. Then this is the lichen herbarium which is kept in our department. Then this is some interaction with tribal peoples and forest department during field visit. Then conclusion. At last, we found 88 species of lichens which belongs to 22 families, and
My topic name is Human Dependence on the Forest, a case study of the Similipal Biosphere Reserve. These are the table of contents. They rely on the forest for a variety of forest products, including timber. If the forest dwellers are not dependent on the forest and but poor, then why they still depend on the forest? Alternatively, if the forest dwellers are dependent on the forest but are rich, not poor, that means, then why they are still depend on the natural resource of the Similipal? The study primarily relies on the data collected via a snowball sampling technique was introduced by H. Garrett, normally used when multiple options and according to their preferences, and then we further towards further computations. From the primary data, it was found that the majority of the households in the study area are poor with firewood, sal leaves, livestock dispatchers and rosin flowers and fruits. Foods includes both honey, fruits, cultivation and meat also. Since they all depend on their nearby forest for a number of is used had to used in order to find the prime cause of dependence on the forest of the respondents. And from the Garrett ranking, we come to know that first sal leaf rank 1 by the respondents, followed by food and firewood. Coming to the conclusions, from table 1, it is clearly evident that the respondents majorly depend on food and firewood, as they don't have any stable source of income and are mainly laborers and daily wagers. They remain poor even after their reliance on the forest. Additionally, deforestation due to industrialization and licensing wood cutting had lowered their income, said by the respondents. And moreover, due to the lack of demand for forest products in modern society or the nearby markets that they are producing, their financial status remains stagnant. Therefore, the government of Odisha should take necessary steps to enhance their standard of living by reducing their dependency on forest, because more dependency on the forest may lead to the problem of tragedy of commons. It was given by Gerard Hardin in 1968. It means freedom to anything leads to destruction of everything. That means if one park, for an example, we take a park, pond, river, anything. If it is it is available free to use for all, then no one will take care of it, because everyone thinks that it is others' responsibility and we are just here to enjoy the resource. Therefore, if the government should take not necessary steps to reduce the dependence of the tribals on the Similipal Biosphere Reserves, then it would severely lead to the tragedy of commons. And the research is not free from limitations. It contains two limitations. These are the study based on snowball sampling technique, which is a non-probability sampling technique, and it has its own limitations. And the study based on a very small sample size of 52 tribal households. which leaves the scope of broad research in future. Acknowledgement, I thank my friends Shyamsundar Hasda and Mohaswar Marandi for their help in the process of data collection, and these are my references. Thank you for this golden opportunity to present here. Thank you.
Thank you. Your department?
Economics.
Huh?
Economics.
Economic department. Thank you. Any question?
I choose normal snowball sampling method because of the time constraint. There is very few limited time available, and snowball sampling method means a chain sampling method. I wrote a questionnaire, I forward to my friend, I collect some data, my friend collects some data, he sent to his friend, and he collects some data. Thus that is a non-probability sampling method, which has its all limitations. You गोटे पहाड़ रू जो स्नो गोटे खसी था धीरे 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 बढ़ी बढ़ी गोटे बड़ पथर हो जाए से भाया गोटे चेन रिएक्शन द्वारा डाटा कलेक्शन होता है स्नोबॉल तेणु yes, that's why I put it in the limitations, that it has its own limitations. Due to time constraint, I use snowball sampling method, but there is future scope to use probability sampling method like multiple random, multi-stage random sampling method for the further calculations.
Thank you very much. We can discuss later on. And so we have finished. We have finished 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 presentations. 9 presentations so far. So let me conclude. I can say the departments like ATS, 2 students, then biotechnology, 1 student, then economy department, 1 student, Rakesh one faculty, RDS college. Okay, 1 person from ActionAid, they have presented. We, because of paucity of time, we don't allow more questions. But I must thank all of them for giving presentation, but we expected more such presentation from the research scholars of various departments, wildlife, department of social studies, economics. Students should learn before they give their presentation outside. Anyhow, the organizers must thank everybody for this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Thatoi, for chairing this session. So with the end of oral presentations, we have also come to the end of the technical session of the second day of the National Conference on Past, Present and Future of Similipal, organized by Center for Similipal Studies. Now, at the culmination of this function, we will be proceeding with the valedictory session. For the valedictory session, I would like to invite Professor Hemant Kumar Sahu, convener of the National Conference and Chairman PG Council, to come over to the dais. So please. I would request Professor Thatoi to remain seated. I request Dr. Basant Kumar Mahanta, co-convener of the conference and Associate Professor, Anthropology and Tribal Studies, to take his chair on the dais. I request Dr. Biswajit Rath, Organizing Secretary of the conference and Associate Professor, Department of Biotechnology, to please come to the dais. Finally, I request Dr. Debasis Naik, co-organizing secretary of the conference and Assistant Professor, Department of Wildlife and Biodiversity Conservation, to take his chair on the dais. I would request Professor Hemant Kumar Sahu to preside over the meeting. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Now we come to the end of this national conference. So on this occasion, I would like to request our co-convener to address the gathering, Dr. Basant Kumar Mahanto.
Good afternoon to all. For being here for 2 days. Really we are lucky to have you people all. So I am really lucky to be a part of this university. First of all, I would like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor Santosh Kumar Tripathi Sir in his absence here, and to the Chairman, PG Council, Professor Hemant Kumar Sahu Sir, as well as Coordinator, Professor Thatai Sir, for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this particular center. Even if I am the son of soul of this particular area and born very close to Similipal Biosphere Reserve, because of some unavoidable circumstances, I was far away from Similipal. Even if I was close to Similipal, that is one biosphere reserve, my whole life, since the beginning to till date, I am roaming around the biosphere reserve only. Till my education graduation, I was close to Similipal Biosphere. After PhD, I was close to the Achanakmarg Amarkontak Biosphere Reserve, and then I was close to the one of the African Biosphere Reserve. And again, I back to the Similipal. So I am roaming around the biosphere reserves. So really, I am proud of that. And because of that, I got chance to learn, to know many things about the biosphere reserves. Anyway, so coming to the Similipal, as we are discussing since last 2 days, we are really lucky to have Similipal in the heart of our district. And as we all know, since March 2023, Similipal in particular and Mayurbhanj in general become the highlight in global news after publication of Times magazine about the Mayurbhanj district and listed within the 50 major tourist destination of the world. So anyway, we know if we'll see the history, prehistory and origin of Similipal Biosphere from that time to now, it is having one of the important place from the geological evolution point of view, cultural evolution point of view, biological evolution point of view, floral and faunal and everything. So coming to the particularly human evolution point of view, Similipal is one of the important point. As before some time Monu Naik rightly said that for human origin evolution, human was completely depending on their surrounding ecology environment. And as we know, Similipal is the place where the wild animals, wild plants, on which the human beings were depending much more. People are living in and around the Similipal Biosphere Reserve, and in the form of their evidences, we are getting plenty of prehistoric cultural sites in and around the Similipal Biosphere Reserve, and one among that is Kuliana, which was excavated in 1948, and that is the first excavated Paleolithic site of India, so which dates almost 1.8 million years before. Coming to the origin of agriculture, again Similipal used to have the one of the important place. As before some time one of the presenter rightly said about the Padma Shri Paramananda Acharya from the village Boithpur. He reported the origin of agriculture around the Similipal Biosphere, and he reported Kuchai, Boithpur sites. And around 2002, when I was working along with the Puji University of London. Coming to the Iron Age Metal Age period, recently 2 years before, there are 5 copper double plate X's reported from the Bangriposi, which indicates the origin of metals. Then coming to the iron, which brought a revolution in human life. Lot of iron smelting sites were reported around the Similipal Biosphere Reserve. 1, 2 I can name, one Thakurmunda, Badampad, Gormez and Sulipad. And personally I have reported almost 25 iron smelting sites when the pre-industrial iron smelter, they are collecting the iron ore from the Similipal Biosphere or the neighboring forest, smelting by using their traditional methods. They were using sal wood, and the melted iron they were converting to different kind of eggs. That was the early phase of metallurgical culture. So for that also Similipal is known. Coming to the next phase, Magadhan time, Magadha, Bihar. But Bihar was also connected to Similipal. That time they were sending wood and iron from Similipal area, playing a major role not only in northern Odisha, not only in India, but also in whole Southeast Asia. Whole Southeast Asia, Similipal is having an important place. So I don't want to take much more time because you people all are tired and most of people you have to move for your destination. I would like to conclude, but mind with this, the present tribal people are also very rich in tribal cultural heritage, tangible, intangible, as we were discussing about Chhau dance, Jhumar dance, tribal paintings, Santal wall painting, all, whatever we are having around the Similipal are very rich. So we are rich, not only rich in flora, fauna or human resources, but also culturally. So with this I would like to conclude, and really, again I would like to thanks to all the participants of the desk, on the desk, and to the university to giving me this chance. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you, Dr. Mahanto. Now I would like to request our coordinator IDP, Professor H.N. Thatoi, to add to the gathering.
Dr. Basanta Mahanta, co-convener, and Dr. Devasis from Wildlife Conservation Biology. So this is a 2 days rigorous presentations and several academic activity were undertaken for the university. This is a seminar or a conference not for any department, it is for whole university. 7 departments were actively involved because this is a topic which is relevant to all the biological and social science departments. I can categorize this whole process into 3 phases. One sector of the audience belong to the Similipal. They are thinking of the Similipal. Then another sector is, that is the faculty of these 7 departments, or the biological science department, social science department. Then research scholars and students. I have 3 different messages for all of them. Similipal, we all listen. The several influences on the, no doubt about it. Government is doing its best. So government agencies spoke about what they did. NGO people came, how they are also in that race. They are also thinking, they are also giving services for development of the Similipal, protection of the Similipal, and sustainable livelihood support programs, implementing the sustainable livelihood programs of the tribal and local peoples, well-being of the tribal and local peoples. So that is all there. So we have a update, received a update But I can't say that it is just a holistic. No, it is a very immature to tell that we learn everything. Many people are working, all have not come here, all have not presented there, but we have an idea what is the present status and what we should do for that. So I must thank all of them who have presented their nice talks, particularly people from ZSI, people from Bhubaneswar who have come, Dr. Jaikusto Paningrai, Dr. R.C. Misra, Dr. S.N. Patro, they spoke a lot about the past, present and future also. So this is what we are satisfied that we touched everything what we have planned. So big thank to our organizers, under the leadership of Dr. H.K. Sahu, who is the convener of this and is the key person, and his team led by Dr. Ratha and all other dignitaries on the dais. So I must thank them. Let a big thank for all them. Now I would like to talk to my very dear to me, and they are my beloved colleagues. I am going to retire this month end. Why I am always telling that I am going to retire? I am going to retire means I am changing my profession from North Orissa University to somewhere else. That is my retirement. Not retirement means going and sitting at home. It is changing my place of working, government job, to some other. We will not totally sitting as an administrator. We will be just dumped somewhere. We will not be going to dump. But we prove that we are able and we are efficient one. Each of one have contributed. Who has contributed more? Who has contributed less? Each and one contributed. So to reach a success or achieve a success, contribution is a must. Everybody should have contribution. So this seminar is successful, and if it is successful according to you, it is because of all contributions. But one thing I can just point out for you, this is a conference of MSCBU. 7 departments are associated. How many of us have presented our works, presented our research findings here to say that yes, we are working in this line, and students, how the students will be motivated unless we present? That is a gap. So others should follow us. Other universities should see our presentations. Next, the faculty, the students of this university. Many students have come. Thank you. All the faculty members have inspired them to come over here. But for what? But for what? I don't find any students writing anything. They are not either they are looking at the good pictures or gossiping. Now also I am talking. Similipal is safe. Don't worry. So, students, for what you are here, that is very important for all of you. This is a seminar, is a place of education. Do you know, the persons we have called, we have spent money for them. We have spent their travel, their TA, DA, and have special request, our Honorable Vice Chancellor has given them invitation to come and deliver lectures for our students, and our Vice Chancellor becomes so critical. Dr. Datta, Professor Datta, who has the authority of
wildlife and amphibian and so it is for you. So how much knowledge you have taken with you, you should record, you should take away many things with you to home. So if you did that, I do not know how serious you are noting down and taking this knowledge to you, I do not know, but it will be a great success on our part. Found that for the first time in my conducting seminar, so much of students are sitting at least, getting information on the Similipal, and whoever is coming to MSCBU, if he has no knowledge about the Similipal, I think he or she is a fool. Whenever you will go to any interview, anywhere, if you will ask where from you, you must say, I am from a university close to Similipal. That's enough for your identification. But you do, if then the question will come, what about Similipal? How many species are there? How the plants are there? How many mushrooms are there? And who are the leading workers are there? How to go Similipal? How to stay Similipal? Many questions will come. If you will not answer about Similipal, and all of must also try to go to Similipal. So your stay in the campus, so you can better understand the ecology, its diversity, its human and animal coexistence, tribal, how they are living. Perhaps you are away from the people who are culturally rich. Do you know this chow dance? So you have to discover that. You have to bring them to the limelight. So with these three things, I must say that this seminar is a very good platform and very well conducted and organized. All the details for your very satisfactory stay over these 2 days, listening to the topics. So how much you will take, that is up to all of you. So I will say that as a coordinator of IDP, that my objectives were met. Not 100%, more than 100% I am satisfied that this kind of seminar is a very, very fruitful. So we have organized several seminars, but I have not seen such gathering, faculty members and the scholars. So this is an academic event. Academic people will not be there, then it is a unsuccessful one. So I thank again to our chairman and the organizing secretary, co-convener and the co-organizing secretary and the those faculty members who are in front of us, Kuku madam, Gargi madam and Hasda madam, and there are also some people like Amar Naveen Babu, then Sitaram Babu, then Amar Odia sir, Vichitrananda sir, and my friends also, wildlife conservation biology, ATS, and all of them. But it is now time. You people have to own much. You have to come forward with new ideas, new processes. This is a
please complete quickly.
Yes, this is a place, the university where we can flourish. We can take our career ahead also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Biswajit Rath, the organizing secretary of this convener, organizer of the conference, to address the gathering.
Esteemed Chairman PG Council, Professor Sahu, respected Coordinator IDP, Professor Thatoi, Co-Convener Dr. Mahanta, Co-Organizing Secretary Dr. Devasis Nayak, faculty members, participants, delegates, research scholars, students, person from press and media, ladies and gentlemen. We have organized a conference related to Similipal. The title was Past, Present and Future of Similipal for 2 days, 22nd and 23rd of July. During this, we have 6 sessions. We have more than 120 delegates and 130 students participated. We have 14 oral presentations, 8 poster presentations, 14 invited talks, and during this conference we have published one abstract book having 94 abstract book papers presented over there. This is in brief about the conference outcome. Then coming to the conference, which is past, present and future, we have discussed about past, thought about present, and we should be very much concerned about future. That's why within these 2 days deliberations, we have lot of exchange of ideas from different domains, starting from science to social science, where we gathered a lot of information from different peoples about Similipal, its rich floral, faunal and microbial diversity, and their coexistence with the peoples residing over there. So this conference will give us a message to find out the activities going on at present and the gap which is remaining there, which should be fulfilled by the future generation. That means our research scholars and the students in coming days. So it's a very good conference for future generation to come. And being a man of biotechnology department, there is a lot of treasures are there to decipher in the field of biotechnology from the floral and microbial diversity from the Similipal, which we are doing gradually. And I also request all the skilled peoples and those who are expertise
to the students and research scholars who have presented during the conference. Manu Naik. Manu Naik, please come on the stage to receive your certificate. Saroj Kumar Naik. Prakash Kumar Barik. Bishwajit Sadangi. Vijayananda Sahu. Devendra Kumar Hembram. Devi Smita Sahu. Rajesh Kumar Rautray. Rachita Mahanta. Congratulations to all those who have presented oral and poster presentations. Thank you. All other students and research scholars, they will receive their participation certificates after the valedictory session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am thankful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Santosh Kumar Tripathi, in his absence here. Dignitaries on the dais, and the students. So, this 2 days seminar conference we have organized. I am satisfied with this participation. More than 250 participants are registered. in both the days, there is a presence of more than 200 participants in both the days. In first day as well as in the second day. So generally in the second day in the validatory section, such type of audience we very often we found. But this time I have seen that audience are present. I am thankful to my staffs as well as my students from all the departments of this university. So as already Vishwajit had told, more than 15 invited talks they have given. And around 20 papers and poster presentations have already done. So my one request is that those who have given their abstract in the abstract volume can submit their full paper by 30th August so that we can publish a book on that. And each author will be given a book from Center for Similipal Studies. So I request to the house that if they can give their full paper in the email ID given in the circular, so that we can publish the proceedings or the book or a edited book. It will be helpful for you as well as for the Center for Similipal Studies as well as for the university. So ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today filled and with immense pride and gratitude as we gather here for the valedictory function of the National Conference on the past, present and future of the Similipal. This conference has been a remarkable journey, bringing together experts, researchers, scholars from across the country to develop the rich heritage and promising future of the magnificent region. First and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation to our organizing committee for their tireless efforts in making this conference a resounding success. Your vision and dedication have provided us a platform to explore the wonders of Similipal in history, its present challenges and the opportunities that lie ahead in the future. During this conference, we have witnessed the power of collaboration, knowledge sharing and innovation. We have heard inspiring stories and conversation initiatives, sustainable practices and community-led efforts that have made a positive impact on Similipal's present. As we bid farewell to this conference, let us carry forward the lessons we have learned, the insights we have gained, and the connections we have forged. Let us be and your commitment to Similipal. Let this conference be a turning point in our collective journey towards a sustainable and thriving future of Similipal and the natural wonders that grace our planet. Thank you. Jai Hind. Now I would like to request our co-organized secretary, Devashish Naik, to give the vote of thanks.
Very good evening to all of you present here. Respected Chairman Sir, Professor H.K. Sahu and convener of this event. Respected co-convener Dr. B.K. Mahanta Sir, Coordinator IDP Professor H.N. Thatui Sir, Organizing Secretary Vishwajit Rotha Sir, I'd like to thank all the participants, the faculties, research scholars who have come for this event. I would like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor sir, in his absence here, Professor S.K. Tripathi sir, for his vision regarding the Center for Similipal Studies and for the 2 days event. I would like to thank all the press and media friends for their continuous coverage of this event. I would like to thank all the invited speakers and more than 250 participants who have given their time for the 2-day events. For this 2 days, what conclusion we came for the Similipal, past, present and future of Similipal, it was that the past was very glorious. The present situation is becoming alarming, but we should hope for the future, which is in the hands of the young students who are present here to carry forward the work which all the speakers have given. So lastly, I would like to thank the Forest Department for their support. Thank Dr. Kuku Mahapatra, Dr. Vishnu Priya Hasda, Dr. Priyanka Das for managing the 2-day program very smoothly. I would like to thank Professor Dr. S.S. Basa, Dr. Vichitranath Behra Sahu, Dr. Sitaram Das for their support for this event. And lastly, all the volunteers who have worked tirelessly to make this event successful. Thank you.
Now the session is over. Now I would like to request those who have come from outside, not from this university, first they have to collect their certificate from there. Then after the collection of the certificate, then our students will go and collect their certificates. Okay, now I would like to request to take, if you can come, we can take a group photograph if you want. Eight ଠିଆ ହେଇଥିବା ଆମେ ପଳେଇବୁ
I request all the students to come onto the dais so that we can have a group photo. All students are requested to come onto the dais.
ଝିଅଟା ଫଟୋ ଉଠେଇ ଦେଉଛ ନା ନା ଏଇଟା ଉଠେଇ ଦିଅ ଆମର ଝିଅଟା ଫଟୋ କ୍ୟାମେରା କ୍ୟାମେରା ଉଠେଇ କ୍ୟାମେରା ଝିଅଟା ଫଟୋ ଦୁଇ ଦିନ ଉଠେଇ ଦିଅ
लैपटॉप में उठो देखना उठे ना लैपटॉप कवर से भल
मोबाइल
Pulsar photo.